August of 1888, brought a blinding heat across the plains of the Indian Territory, baking the earth into a hardened crust beneath the boots of men who worked the rugged terrain. George, Epp, Charles, and Alf Marlowe stood near the wooden corral of their family homestead, mending fences broken by restless livestock the night before. Sweat soaked through their cotton shirts, pasting the fabric to their backs while the relentless sun beat down on the open landscape. The air stood stagnant, holding the scent of dry dust, manure, and the raw pine of freshly split fence posts. Their hands, calloused and stained with dirt, gripped heavy iron hammers and wooden mallets, driving wooden stakes deep into the unforgiving ground. They worked in a steady, synchronized rhythm, focused entirely on securing the perimeter of their property before the afternoon sun reached its absolute peak. A low, continuous rumble broke the quiet of the isolated homestead, vibrating through the dry soil before the sound of approaching hooves became audible. George dropped his mallet into the dirt, turning his gaze toward the eastern horizon where a thick cloud of brown dust billowed upward against the pale blue sky. Charles stepped up beside his brother, wiping the grit from his forehead with the back of a filthy forearm, his eyes narrowing at the approaching figures. Within minutes, the shapes of men on horseback materialized through the haze, riding in a tight, deliberate formation straight toward the Marlowe property line. There were over a dozen riders, their silhouettes defined by wide-brimmed hats and the unmistakable rigid posture of men riding with a specific purpose. As the riders drew closer, the sunlight reflected off the polished metal badges pinned to their vests and the steel barrels of Winchester rifles resting securely in their saddle scabbards. United States Deputy Marshal Edward Johnson rode at the front of the column, sitting tall on a massive dark bay gelding, his face stern and completely devoid of expression. The posse crossed the final stretch of open prairie, their horses kicking up clods of dry earth as they slowed to a heavy trot. The marshals fanned out immediately upon entering the yard, encircling the four unarmed brothers in a wide, calculated ring of men and horses. The heavy breathing of the overworked horses filled the silence, their flanks heaving and dripping with white foam from the hard ride across the territory. Marshal Johnson pulled back on his leather reins, stopping his horse 10 feet from where George stood, looking down at the brothers with cold, calculating eyes. Johnson rested his right hand directly on the wooden grip of his Colt revolver holstered at his hip, unfastening the leather retention strap with a flick of his thumb. The surrounding deputies mirrored the action, shifting their weight in their saddles and resting their hands on their respective weapons. Johnson reached inside his canvas duster coat, retrieving a folded piece of heavy parchment, his eyes never leaving George's face as he unfolded the document. He read the arrest warrant aloud, his voice projecting clearly across the dusty yard, charging the Marlowe brothers with the grand theft of numerous horses across the territory. The brothers listened in absolute silence as the marshal listed the alleged stolen property, the dates of the supposed offenses, and the mandate for their immediate transfer to Texas. There were no arguments, no sudden movements, and no attempts to flee the encrickling riders as the brothers understood that any sudden action would result in immediate gunfire. When Johnson finished reading the document, he folded it back into his coat pocket and issued a direct order for the brothers to surrender themselves into federal custody. 2 deputies dismounted from their horses, their boots hitting the dry earth with a heavy thud, holding massive rings of rusted iron shackles and thick chains. The deputies approached George first, commanding him to extend his arms forward, grabbing his wrists with rough, calloused hands. They snapped the heavy iron cuffs around George's wrists, the locking mechanisms clicking shut with a loud, metallic finality that echoed across the quiet homestead. The cold metal bit into his skin, the rigid chain connecting the 2 cuffs severely restricting his range of motion and rendering his hands virtually useless. Charles was bound next, the deputies securing the iron restraints around his wrists with identical force, verifying the locks were fully engaged before stepping back. Epp and Alf underwent the identical process, the heavy iron cuffs locking securely around their wrists, binding all four men in identical states of physical restriction. The deputies then brought out leg irons, heavy shackles connected by a short, thick chain designed to prevent anything faster than a slow, shuffling walk. They forced each brother to the ground, securing the iron rings around their ankles, the weight of the metal dragging against the dirt as the men were ordered back to their feet. The combined weight of the wrist and ankle restraints forced the brothers into an awkward, hunched posture, their every movement accompanied by the loud clanking of heavy iron. A large wooden transport wagon pulled by a team of 4 muscular mules rolled into the yard, the wooden wheels grinding harshly against the rocky soil. The wagon bed consisted of rough, splintered wooden planks, completely exposed to the sun and entirely devoid of any seating or padding for the prisoners. The deputies ordered the brothers to climb into the back of the wagon, a difficult and painful task given the heavy iron chains restricting their arms and legs. George struggled to hoist himself over the wooden tailgate, the sharp edges of the leg irons scraping painfully against his shin bones, drawing thin lines of dark red blood. Charles, Epp, and Alf followed, dragging their chains over the rough wood, awkwardly maneuvering their restricted bodies onto the unforgiving floorboards of the wagon bed. Once the prisoners were loaded, the deputies secured a long, heavy master chain through the center rings of the brothers' leg irons, bolting the end directly to the wagon's iron frame. This final measure of restraint permanently anchored the 4 men to the vehicle, ensuring they could not attempt to escape even if they somehow managed to exit the wagon bed. Marshal Johnson turned his horse toward the south, raising his hand to signal the departure, ignoring the silent stares of the prisoners sitting in the sweltering heat. The driver cracked a long leather whip over the backs of the mules, the sharp crack snapping through the air, sending the heavy wagon lurching forward with a violent jerk. The sudden movement threw the Shackled brothers against the wooden side panels, their chains rattling aggressively against the floorboards as they struggled to maintain their balance. The convoy departed the homestead, traveling along a deeply rutted dirt trail that cut through the endless expanse of the Indian Territory prairie. The wagon lacked any form of suspension, transferring every bump, rock, and divot directly through the wooden floorboards into the bodies of the shackled men. The constant jolting caused the heavy iron cuffs to rub relentlessly against their skin, the constant friction beginning to wear away the dermal layers on their wrists and ankles. Within the first few miles, the skin beneath the iron rings grew raw and inflamed, the sweat and dust mixing to create an abrasive paste that accelerated the physical damage. The marshals rode in a strict formation around the moving wagon, their eyes constantly scanning the horizon and the surrounding brush for any signs of trouble or ambush. The sun continued its slow, punishing arc across the sky, baking the occupants of the open wagon bed in temperatures exceeding 100 degrees. There was no shade, no relief from the blinding light, and no water provided to the prisoners during the agonizingly slow transport across the arid landscape. Dust kicked up by the mules and the surrounding horses settled over the brothers, coating their clothes, skin, and hair in a thick layer of fine brown powder. The dry air cracked their lips and parched their throats, the physical exertion of merely enduring the brutal ride draining their energy reserves by the minute. As the afternoon dragged into early evening, the landscape shifted from open prairie to scattered patches of dense scrub oak and dry, rocky ravines. The trail grew increasingly uneven, forcing the wagon driver to constantly adjust his speed to navigate the treacherous dips and sudden elevations. Every sudden drop caused the master chain to pull violently against the brothers' leg irons, yanking their ankles with significant force and causing immense bursts of pain. George leaned his back against the rough wooden sideboards, his eyes closed against the setting sun, silently enduring the agonizing friction of the iron cutting into his bleeding wrists. Nightfall brought a sudden drastic drop in temperature. the oppressive heat of the day rapidly replaced by a cold, biting wind sweeping across the plains. The marshals finally halted the convoy near a shallow, muddy creek bed, dismounting their horses to establish a temporary camp for the night. The deputies did not unchain the prisoners from the wagon, leaving them anchored to the wooden floorboards, while the lawmen built a large fire and prepared their evening rations. The smell of boiling coffee and frying salt pork drifted into the wagon bed, a stark reminder of the brothers' intense hunger and severe dehydration. After the marshals finished eating, a single deputy approached the wagon carrying a tin bucket of creek water and a small canvas sack containing hard, dry biscuits. The deputy tossed the biscuits directly onto the dirty floorboards beside the brothers, placing the bucket of murky water near their chained feet before turning and walking away. The brothers managed to scoop the water with their cupped hands, the restrictive chains making the simple act of drinking incredibly difficult and awkward. The water tasted strongly of mud and metallic iron, but they drank it out of sheer necessity, swallowing the dry, tasteless biscuits to ward off the gnawing pain in their stomachs. Sleeping in the wagon proved entirely impossible, the wooden floorboards offering no comfort, the plunging temperatures causing the men to shiver violently in their thin cotton shirts. The heavy, iron shackles grew freezing cold in the night air, drawing body heat away from their extremities and causing their muscles to cramp and tighten. Every time one brother shifted his weight in an attempt to find a slightly less painful position, the movement pulled the master chain, instantly waking the others. They spent the entire night awake, huddled together for residual warmth, listening to the crackle of the marshal's campfire and the howling of coyotes in the distant darkness. At first light, the deputies kicked dirt over the dying embers of the fire, saddled their horses, and prepared to resume the grueling journey south. The wagon driver climbed onto his wooden bench, releasing the heavy iron brake lever and cracking his whip over the mules to force them back onto the trail. The brothers' bodies were entirely stiff from the cold night and the unyielding floorboards, their raw wrists and ankles screaming in fresh pain as the wagon began to move. The dried blood from the previous day cracked and split open underneath the iron cuffs, fresh red streaks running down their hands and seeping into their leather boots. By midday, the convoy reached the northern banks of the Red River, a massive, imposing barrier of rushing water and treacherous, deep mud separating the territory from Texas. The river was running high from recent storms upstream, the water a thick, churning brown, carrying massive uprooted tree trunks and broken branches in its powerful current. Marshal Johnson ordered the deputies to secure their weapons and prepare for a difficult crossing, fully aware of the immense danger the river posed to the heavy transport wagon. The driver urged the reluctant mules into the water, the animals fighting the current as the front wheels of the wagon plunged deep into the soft, unstable riverbed. The wagon tilted violently to the right as the wheels sank into the mud, throwing the Shackled brothers into a tangled pile of limbs and heavy iron chains. Cold, muddy, water immediately flooded into the wagon bed, soaking through their clothes and covering the wooden floorboards in a layer of slippery, foul-smelling slime. The mules strained against their leather harnesses, their hooves slipping on the submerged rocks as they fought to drag the massive weight of the wagon against the rushing water. The deputies rode closely alongside the vehicle, shouting commands to the driver and using their horses to block the downstream current from pushing the wagon off the submerged sandbar. For several minutes, the wagon remained entirely stuck in the center of the river, the water level rising dangerously close to the wooden side panels. The brothers sat completely helpless in the flooded bed, anchored to the iron frame by the master chain, fully aware that if the wagon overturned, they would drown instantly. The driver unleashed a relentless barrage of whip strikes upon the backs of the mules, screaming until his voice went hoarse, forcing the animals into a frantic, panicked surge forward. The wooden wheels slowly broke free from the deep mud, grinding over submerged stones as the wagon lurched violently upward toward the southern bank of the river. The wagon finally cleared the water, the dripping mules dragging the vehicle up the steep, muddy embankment and onto the dry soil of Texas. Water poured steadily out from the cracks in the wooden floorboards, leaving the brothers soaking wet, covered in river mud, and shivering despite the returning heat of the afternoon sun. The convoy did not stop to allow the men to dry off or assess the damage. Marshal Johnson immediately ordered the driver to continue south toward their final destination. The landscape of North Texas proved harsher and more desolate than the territory they had left behind, the trail cutting through endless miles of dry mesquite and sharp, thorny brush. The continuous jolting of the wagon resumed, the wet iron shackles now sliding constantly against their softened, waterlogged skin, stripping away large patches of flesh entirely. By the time the sun began to set on the second day of travel, the brothers' wrists and ankles were deeply lacerated, the raw muscle tissue exposed and coated in road dust. They sat in absolute silence, completely drained of physical energy, their bodies systematically broken down by the sheer brutality of the iron restraints and the unyielding wooden wagon. Late the next morning, the dusty wooden structures of Graham finally appeared on the horizon, the county seat of Young County rising from the flat, dry plains. The wagon rolled onto the main street, the sudden presence of the heavily armed federal posse drawing the immediate attention of the local citizens. Men stopped their work in the blacksmith shops, and store owners stepped out onto the wooden boardwalks to watch the large transport wagon rumble slowly through the center of town. The townspeople stared with open hostility at the four men chained in the back of the wagon, the rumors of their alleged crimes having already reached the local population. The wagon pulled to a complete stop directly in front of the Young County Jail, a formidable two-story structure constructed from massive rough-hewn sandstone blocks. The building exuded an aura of permanence and heavy confinement, the small windows covered by thick rusted iron bars set deep into the stone masonry. Marshal Johnson dismounted his horse, walking up the stone steps to the heavy wooden front door, knocking loudly to summon the local jailer to receive the federal prisoners. The jailer, a large man with a thick ring of iron keys attached to his leather belt, opened the door, stepping out into the sunlight to inspect the new arrivals. The deputies unbolted the master chain from the wagon frame, ordering the brothers to stand up and exit the vehicle, a command that required immense physical effort to obey. George stood first, his legs trembling from the prolonged confinement and the searing pain of the iron cutting deep into his ruined ankles. He managed to swing his legs over the tailgate, dropping heavily onto the dirt street, the sudden impact sending a shockwave of agony straight up his shins. Charles, Epp, and Alf followed, their descent equally clumsy and painful, the heavy chains clanking loudly against the wooden wagon in the hard ground. The deputies formed a tight perimeter around the prisoners, shoving them forward toward the stone steps of the jail, completely ignoring the visible blood seeping from their wounds. The brothers shuffled slowly up the stairs, the heavy leg irons forcing them to lift each foot with deliberate, agonizing care to avoid tripping over the metal chain. They entered the dimly lit interior of the jail, the air instantly turning cold and smelling strongly of damp stone, unwashed bodies, and stale urine. The jailer led them down a narrow corridor lined with solid iron doors, stopping before a large communal cell at the far end of the hallway. He inserted a heavy brass key into the lock, the mechanism grinding loudly before the heavy iron door swung open on completely ungreased hinges. The deputies pushed the brothers roughly into the dark cell, removing the leg irons and wrist shackles only after they were entirely secured behind the impenetrable iron door. The heavy door slammed shut behind them, the massive deadbolt sliding into place with a deafening metallic crash that resonated through the solid stone walls. The brothers stood alone in the dark, cramped space, the only light filtering through a tiny barred window near the ceiling, marking the beginning of their long, brutal confinement in Young County. December 17, 1888, delivered a bitter chill across the Texas plains, freezing the topsoil into a solid crust. The sky hung low and gray, blocking the sun and casting a flat light over the dead winter grass. A sharp northern wind swept continuously through the town of Graham, rattling loose wooden shingles and cutting through thick wool coats. Inside the sheriff's office, Marion Wallace fed a split log into the cast-iron stove. He turned to his deputy, Tom Collier, checking his revolver one final time before sliding the weapon into his worn leather holster. The two lawmen stepped out onto the wooden boardwalk, the cold air immediately stinging their faces. Their horses stood hitched to the rail out front, shifting restlessly and stomping their iron-shod hooves against the frozen earth. Wallace untied his large roan gelding, his thick leather gloves creaking as he pulled himself up into the saddle. Collier mounted his own horse, securing a double-barreled shotgun across his lap, fully aware of the highly dangerous task ahead. The arrest warrant in Wallace's breast pocket carried the name of Boone Marlowe, a man actively evading the federal authorities. Boone had recently been spotted staying at a small, isolated farmhouse outside the town limits, reportedly heavily armed and entirely unwilling to surrender. Wallace and Collier rode out of Graham in complete silence, their horses maintaining a steady trot down the hardened dirt road. The frozen ruts in the trail severely jarred the horses' joints, making the ride incredibly stiff for the men in the saddles. The sound of their progress echoed sharply in the quiet winter air, the rhythmic thud of hooves serving as the only noise on the vast empty prairie. After an hour of steady riding, the outline of an unpainted wooden cabin materialized through the bare branches of a distant pecan grove. A thin column of gray smoke drifted lazily upward from the stone chimney, indicating the structure was currently occupied. Wallace signaled for Collier to slow down, raising his gloved hand and pulling back on the reins. They veered off the main trail, guiding their horses into a shallow ravine that offered a concealed approach toward the rear of the property, steering their mounts around thorny thickets to avoid snapping dry branches. The lawmen dismounted 50 yards from the cabin, tying their horses to the low branches of a sturdy oak tree completely hidden from the house. Wallace unbuttoned his heavy wool coat, ensuring he had unobstructed access to his holstered revolver. Collier broke open his shotgun, visually confirming the presence of two brass-cased buckshot shells seated perfectly in the twin breeches before snapping the action shut. They communicated solely through brief hand gestures, outlining a basic tactical approach to secure the perimeter. The wind masked the sound of their boots crunching over the frozen ground. The farmhouse sat on a slightly elevated patch of dirt, completely devoid of any surrounding cover, forcing the lawmen to cross an exposed yard. Wallace took the front, walking with heavy strides straight toward the main entrance, his right hand hovering inches from the wooden grip of his sidearm. Collier flanked to the right, stepping carefully around a rusted iron washpot, moving to cover the side windows. The total lack of movement indicated the occupant was likely inside. Frost coated the wooden planks of the porch, making the surface incredibly slick and treacherous. Wallace climbed the 3 wooden steps, his spurs jingling slightly, the metallic sound sharply piercing the quiet tension resting heavily over the front porch. He stood directly in front of the heavy oak door, squaring his shoulders and taking a deep breath of the freezing air before raising his left fist. He struck the wood 3 times in rapid succession, the heavy knocks echoing loudly through the cold air. He loudly announced his identity and his purpose, ordering Boone to open the door and surrender peacefully. Complete silence followed the command over the howling wind. Inside the cramped, dimly lit cabin, Boone Marlowe stood perfectly still near the stone fireplace, a lever-action Winchester rifle gripped tightly in his hands. The fire behind him cast long, flickering shadows across the rough wooden walls, illuminating the deep frown lines etched into his weather-beaten face. He heard the heavy knocks and the clear demand from the sheriff, possessing absolutely zero intention of being taken into custody. He slowly pulled the hammer of the rifle back with his thumb, leveling the heavy octagonal barrel directly at the center of the wooden door. Outside, Wallace waited 10 seconds before knocking again, this time hitting the door with significantly more force, demanding immediate compliance from the man inside. When no answer came, Wallace reached forward, wrapping his gloved hand firmly around the brass doorknob and twisting it aggressively to test the latch. The mechanism turned freely, completely unlocked, the heavy door groaning loudly on its iron hinges as Wallace pushed it inward. The opening door revealed a narrow slice of the dark interior. He stepped forward, pushing the door open entirely, his right hand simultaneously drawing his revolver. The exact moment Wallace's broad chest crossed the threshold of the doorway, a deafening explosion shattered the tense silence of the winter morning. A massive burst of orange flame erupted from the dark interior of the cabin, temporarily blinding Wallace and lighting up the room. Boone had pulled the trigger of his Winchester, sending a heavy .44 caliber copper-jacketed projectile tearing through the air at supersonic speed. The bullet struck Wallace squarely in the center of his torso, ripping through his heavy wool coat. The sheer kinetic energy instantly stopped the large man's forward momentum. The projectile tore through Wallace's chest cavity, shattering a rib upon entry and severely tearing the surrounding muscle tissue before perforating his right lung. The expanding metal severed several major blood vessels, causing massive internal hemorrhaging as it continued its destructive path completely through his upper body. It exited through his upper back, leaving a massive, jagged exit wound before embedding itself deeply into the wooden siding. Wallace hit the porch floorboards with a sickening thud, his revolver slipping from his loosened grip. A thick spray of bright red arterial blood immediately soaked his clothing. Collier heard the deafening gunshot and the sound of his partner hitting the floor, immediately bringing his shotgun up to his shoulder and rushing the corner. He swung his weapon toward the open doorway, his finger resting heavily on the front trigger, ready to unleash a devastating volley of buckshot. However, the interior remained entirely obscured by a thick, acrid cloud of gray gun smoke, completely blinding Collier. He yelled Wallace's name but received only a wet, gurgling cough in response. Collier fired one barrel blindly into the smoke, hitting absolutely nothing of substance. While Collier reloaded his spent chamber, Boone did not hesitate, instantly abandoning his position near the fireplace and sprinting toward the rear of the cabin. He threw his weight against the back door, bursting out into the freezing air and hitting the ground, running toward a thick stand of cedar trees. He clutched his rifle tightly against his chest, his boots tearing up chunks of frozen dirt as he sought dense concealment. He moved with incredible speed and agility, entirely focused on putting maximum distance between himself and the property, disappearing completely into the heavy thicket. Collier rushed onto the front porch, his boots slipping momentarily on the expanding pool of fresh blood surrounding the critically wounded sheriff. He dropped to his knees beside Wallace, ignoring the blood, soaking into his own trousers, frantically searching for the exact location of the entry wound. Wallace lay flat on his back, his face completely drained of color, his lips turning a pale shade of blue as oxygen starvation rapidly set in. The sheriff's chest heaved erratically, each desperate intake of air producing a horrific sucking sound. Collier pressed his thick leather gloves directly over the hole. The hot blood gushed relentlessly through Collier's fingers, completely saturating the heavy leather and running in thick, dark streams down the deputy's forearms. Wallace grabbed Collier's wrist with his left hand, his grip surprisingly strong despite the massive trauma. His eyes wide and completely dilated from extreme physical shock. He tried to speak, his jaw working frantically, but only a thick froth of pink, bloody saliva bubbled up over his lips. The freezing wind whipped across the porch, rapidly cooling the pooling blood. Collier realized instantly that the sheriff would certainly die right there without immediate medical intervention. Leaving Wallace for a few agonizing seconds, Collier sprinted back toward the concealed ravine, untying his horse and dragging the animal roughly toward the cabin. He brought the horse directly alongside the porch, the animal snorting and pulling back, highly distressed by the overwhelming metallic scent of fresh blood filling the air. Collier returned to the sheriff, sliding his arms underneath Wallace's armpits, straining heavily against the dead weight. With a massive physical effort, he dragged Wallace to the edge of the porch, the sheriff's boots scraping harshly against the wood, leaving long, smeared trails behind. Collier hoisted the dying man upward, draping him face down entirely across the horse's leather saddle, securing his limp arms and legs with thick leather tie-downs. He mounted behind the saddle, holding Wallace steady with one arm while gripping the leather reins tightly with his other blood-soaked hand. He kicked the horse hard in the flanks, forcing the overburdened animal into a rapid, jarring trot back toward the main trail. The violent motion exacerbated the severe trauma of Wallace's wound, forcing more blood out of his chest cavity. Thick drops of crimson fell constantly onto the frozen dirt. The ride back to Graham felt incredibly long, the freezing wind relentlessly biting at Collier's exposed face and instantly freezing the blood on his coat. He pushed the horse to its absolute physical limits, the animal's breathing turning ragged and heavy, thick clouds of steam pouring continuously from its flared nostrils. By the time the wooden buildings of the town finally came into view, the horse was covered in a thick layer of white, freezing sweat. Collier steered the exhausted mount straight toward the local doctor's residence, yelling loudly to clear the dirt street of any pedestrians. The frantic shouting immediately drew the attention of nearby store owners and citizens, who stepped out of their businesses, their faces instantly twisting into expressions of pure horror. Collier hauled back on the reins in front of the doctor's house, the horse skidding to a halt. Several men rushed forward to assist, their hands grasping the unconscious sheriff, untying the leather straps and pulling him carefully down from the bloody saddle. They carried Wallace's heavy, limp body directly into the house, laying him flat on a large wooden dining table hastily cleared of its embroidered tablecloth. The local physician rushed into the room carrying a large black leather bag filled with surgical instruments. He took one look at the massive, gaping wound in Wallace's chest, quickly assessing the massive internal damage. He noted the destroyed lung, the shattered rib bone, and the catastrophic loss of an immense volume of arterial blood. He pressed sterile cotton bandages directly against the entry and exit wounds, but the fabric immediately saturated. Wallace's pulse was incredibly weak, completely thready and skipping beats entirely as his heavily strained heart struggled desperately to pump an ever-decreasing supply of blood. The doctor looked up at Collier, shaking his head slowly, a silent confirmation that the beloved county sheriff was completely beyond the reach of medical science. Within exactly 15 minutes of arriving at the house, Marion Wallace took his final ragged breath, his chest completely stopping its frantic, erratic heaving. The room fell into complete, crushing silence, the only sound remaining the steady dripping of blood from the wooden table onto the hardwood floor below. Collier stood near the doorway, entirely covered in his partner's blood, staring blankly at the motionless body resting heavily on the table. He slowly removed his hat, his hands shaking violently from the immense physical exertion, the freezing cold, and the sudden, overwhelming surge of shock. The physician pulled a clean white linen sheet completely over Wallace's face, officially declaring the lawman deceased and marking a severe turning point for the entire county. The news of the sheriff's brutal murder spread through the town of Graham with the speed and ferocity of a wild prairie fire driven by high winds. Men gathered rapidly in the dirt streets, standing in tight circles, their voices low and entirely thick with anger. Wallace had been a highly respected figure, a man known for his fairness, his immense physical courage, and his dedication to keeping the peace. The sudden, violent termination of his life at the hands of Boone Marlowe sent a massive shockwave of pure outrage through the entire local population. The citizens did not view this as a mere criminal act. They viewed it as a direct, unacceptable assault against the very foundation of their community. The anger did not remain focused solely on the man who actually pulled the trigger of the Winchester rifle on that freezing front porch. The town's fury rapidly expanded, transferring directly onto the four brothers currently locked securely inside the thick stone walls of the nearby county jail. To the citizens of Graham, the entire family was completely tainted, viewed collectively as a heavily armed syndicate of thieves and now ruthless cop killers. The fact that George, Charles, Epp, and Alf were completely confined during the shooting and had absolutely nothing to do with it registered as entirely irrelevant. The brothers simply bore the same last name, and in the highly charged atmosphere, that single fact served as absolute proof of their guilt. Hardware stores across town suddenly saw a massive surge in foot traffic as men purchased heavy ammunition, rifle cartridges, and fresh coils of thick hemp rope. The local saloons filled entirely to capacity, the patrons consuming massive quantities of cheap whiskey while openly discussing the immediate execution of the remaining prisoners. The language used in these establishments completely discarded any pretense of legal due process, focusing entirely on the logistics of extracting the brothers from their steel cages. They spoke of the thick stone walls, the iron bars, and the exact number of guards currently stationed at the facility. The local law enforcement, now completely lacking leadership, stood by idly, many deputies entirely sympathetic to the rapidly growing vigilante movement forming right in front of them. By nightfall, the temperature plummeted even further, the freezing wind howling continuously through the empty streets, but the extreme cold did absolutely nothing to cool the rising temper. Small groups of heavily armed men began patrolling the perimeter of the jail, their rifles resting easily over their shoulders, their eyes constantly fixed on the iron doors. They observed the shift changes of the jailers, noting exactly who held the heavy brass keys. The town essentially placed the facility under a completely unofficial civilian-led siege, isolating the structure and the four men trapped inside from the outside world. The atmosphere crackled with extreme tension, the unspoken promise of massive, imminent violence hanging heavily over the entire county seat. Inside their dark, freezing cell, the four brothers heard the continuous low murmur of the growing crowd gathering entirely outside the thick stone walls. The tiny barred window near the ceiling provided absolutely no visual access to the street, but the aggressive tone of the voices bleeding through the stone was unmistakable. They did not yet know the specific details of the sheriff's death, but the sudden shift in the guard's demeanor and the rising noise clearly indicated extreme danger. The jailers who brought their evening rations of stale bread and cold water refused to speak, their faces locked in expressions of pure, unadulterated hatred. The brothers sat in complete silence on the freezing stone floor, their backs pressed firmly against the unyielding walls, fully realizing their situation had drastically deteriorated. The sheer isolation of their confinement amplified the intense psychological pressure, leaving them entirely vulnerable to the unpredictable mob. George slowly stood up, walking carefully toward the heavy iron door, pressing his ear directly against the freezing metal surface to listen to the hallway. He could hear the heavy footsteps of the guards pacing back and forth, the sound of rifles clacking against stone, and the distant, muffled shouting from the dirt street. He returned to his brothers, his face grim, informing them that the town was completely mobilizing for an attack and that they needed to prepare themselves. They possessed absolutely zero weapons, entirely stripped of any means of physical defense against whatever violence was coming. The citizens believed the legal system was completely inadequate. demanding an incredibly violent execution that would send a clear, undeniable message to any other outlaws. The men leading the vigilante group finalized their assault plans, distributing weapons and coordinating specific roles for the breach of the massive stone structure. As midnight approached, the freezing wind continued to batter the town of Graham, completely masking the sound of boots gathering in the dark. Hundreds of men stepped silently out of the alleys, converging upon the town square in a heavily armed mass, their completely lethal intentions aimed precisely at the jail. At 2 o'clock in the morning on January 17, 1889, a mass of over 40 heavily armed men converged upon the courthouse square in Graham. They moved with absolute silence, their leather boots stepping carefully over the frozen dirt to avoid snapping any stray twigs or creating unnecessary noise. The men wore heavy coats pulled up high over their necks and wide-brimmed hats pulled down low to obscure their facial features in the darkness. They carried coiled ropes, heavy iron sledgehammers, and various firearms, completely intent on extracting the prisoners from their confinement without the authorization of the judicial system. The sheer size of the group represented a significant portion of the adult male population from the surrounding county, all united by a singular, violent objective. The young county jail stood as an imposing structure in the center of the town, constructed from massive blocks of locally quarried sandstone. The exterior walls measured 2 feet thick, designed specifically to withstand both external assaults and internal breakout attempts. Only a few narrow windows pierced the solid stone facade, each opening reinforced with thick iron bars securely embedded deep into the masonry. The flat roof and sturdy wooden eaves cast deep black shadows over the front entrance, concealing the exact number of men gathering tightly around the wooden steps. No exterior lanterns illuminated the property, forcing the vigilantes to operate entirely by the dim, ambient light of a waxing moon. A select group of 5 men separated from the main body of the mob, stepping forward to address the primary entry point of the facility. The leader of this breach team carried a heavy iron crowbar, the flattened tip chiseled to a sharp edge specifically for prying thick wooden frames apart. 2 other men hoisted massive 12-pound sledgehammers over their shoulders, the wooden handles worn smooth from years of driving steel spikes into railroad ties. The remaining members held double-barreled shotguns at their hips, their thumbs resting directly on the external hammers, prepared to provide immediate covering fire. They positioned themselves on the wooden porch, examining the heavy iron hinges and the large brass locking mechanism securing the thick oak front door. The man with the crowbar wedged the sharp iron tip directly into the narrow gap between the wooden door and the heavy stone door frame. He threw his entire body weight against the steel shaft, straining his leg muscles as he pried the wood outward with extreme physical force. The thick oak groaned loudly under the intense pressure, the sound echoing sharply against the stone walls of the quiet street. Simultaneously, one of the men wielding a sledgehammer stepped forward and swung the massive steel head directly into the brass lock plate. The deafening impact shattered the internal tumblers instantly, tearing the locking mechanism completely away from the splintering wood. The heavy front door swung violently inward, crashing against the interior stone wall with a massive thud that reverberated throughout the entire building. The breach team poured into the dark, narrow entryway, their boots stomping heavily on the wooden floorboards as they secured the immediate area. The single jailer on duty that night sat behind a small wooden desk, a single kerosene lantern illuminating his terrified expression. He made absolutely no attempt to draw his holstered revolver or resist the sudden intrusion, recognizing the overwhelming numerical superiority of the masked men. The mob quickly surrounded the desk, leveling the muzzles of their shotguns directly at the jailer's chest, demanding total and immediate compliance. The leader of the vigilantes stepped forward, extending his open palm toward the seated guard and issuing a stern, low-volume demand for the facility keys. The jailer's hands shook violently as he unhooked a large iron ring from his leather belt, the heavy keys jingling loudly in the tense silence. He handed the ring over without uttering a single word, completely surrendering control of the jail and the lives of the prisoners entirely to the angry mob. The leader grasped the cold iron ring, holding it up to the lantern light to identify the specific key required for the main cell block. He motioned for the jailer to sit perfectly still on the wooden floor, leaving 2 armed men behind to ensure the guard did not attempt to raise any external alarms. The remaining members of the mob funneled through the breached entryway, filling the narrow interior corridor with the overwhelming stench of damp wool, unwashed bodies, and chewing tobacco. They walked shoulder to shoulder down the damp stone hallway, the confined space amplifying the sound of their heavy breathing and the clinking of their weapons. The corridor stretched 30 feet into the depths of the building, terminating at a massive solid iron door that secured the primary holding area. The dim light from the front office failed to reach the end of the hallway, forcing the men to light several small oil lanterns to illuminate their path. The flickering yellow flames cast long, distorted shadows across the rough sandstone walls, creating an incredibly ominous atmosphere as they approached their target. Inside the main communal cell, George, Charles, Epp, and Alf stood fully awake in the pitch-black darkness, their senses heightened to an extreme degree. The deafening crash of the front door breach had jolted them from their uneasy rest on the freezing stone floor several minutes prior. They listened intently to the heavy footsteps echoing down the corridor, calculating the sheer number of men moving aggressively toward their specific location. The complete lack of any defensive armament forced the brothers to rely entirely on their raw physical strength and their close-quarters combat skills. The heavy iron door separating them from the mob represented their final physical barrier, and they knew the vigilantes possessed the key to open it. George moved quickly to the center of the dark cell, issuing rapid, hushed instructions to his brothers to coordinate their defense strategy. He correctly deduced that the attackers would attempt to flood through the narrow doorway in a massive wave, utilizing their numbers to overwhelm the unarmed prisoners. He directed his brothers to position themselves completely out of the direct line of sight from the doorway, utilizing the dark corners of the cell to their advantage. They needed to force the mob into a severe bottleneck, stripping away the attackers' numerical superiority and forcing them into individual hand-to-hand altercations. The men stripped off their heavy outer shirts to prevent the attackers from having any loose fabric to grab onto during the impending brawl. Charles pressed his back firmly against the cold stone wall directly beside the heavy iron hinges of the cell door, completely hidden from the hallway. He bent his knees slightly, lowering his center of gravity and balling his large, calloused hands into incredibly tight fists. His chest heaved rapidly as he regulated his breathing, preparing his body for the massive exertion of physical force required to repel an armed assault. He focused entirely on the narrow gap where the door would eventually swing inward, timing his anticipated strike to coincide exactly with the first intruder's entry. The adrenaline coursing through his veins completely masked the lingering pain from the severe chafing wounds on his wrists and ankles. Epp and Alf moved to the opposite side of the doorway, crouching low to the stone floor beneath the anticipated trajectory of any incoming gunfire. They positioned themselves to target the lower extremities of the attackers, planning to destroy the mobility and balance of anyone stepping across the threshold. Their bare knuckles rested against the grit of the stone floor, their muscles coiled tight with extreme kinetic potential. They operated in total silence, relying on years of unspoken familial coordination to execute the highly dangerous ambush plan without verbal communication. The darkness of the cell served as their primary tactical advantage, completely blinding the approaching mob to the brutal reception waiting just inside the door. The heavy footsteps abruptly stopped directly outside their cell, the silence instantly broken by the loud scrape of metal against metal. The leader of the mob inserted a large brass key into the massive iron lock mechanism securing the heavy door. The key turned with a loud, grinding click, releasing the thick steel deadbolt that held the iron door firmly inside its heavy frame. The sound signaled the immediate transition from tense anticipation to explosive, unrestricted violence. The men outside gripped their weapons tightly, completely unaware that the 4 prisoners inside were not cowering in fear, but actively preparing to launch a devastating counterattack. The heavy iron door swung aggressively inward, the ungreased hinges shrieking loudly as the heavy metal scraped against the uneven stone floor. The opening door revealed the dark rectangular entrance to the cell, the dim lantern light from the hallway barely penetrating the absolute blackness inside. A sudden cold draft swept from the corridor into the holding area, carrying the sharp scent of gun oil and unwashed men directly to the waiting brothers. The leader of the vigilantes stepped boldly into the doorway, holding a lantern high in his left hand and a heavy revolver in his right. He expected to find 4 terrified men begging for their lives, completely underestimating the sheer physical ferocity of the Marlowe family. The exact moment the vigilante leader's right boot firmly planted onto the floorboards inside the cell, the trap immediately sprang shut. George launched himself forward from the deep shadows, moving with incredible speed and closing the distance before the man could register the movement. George drove his right fist forward with every ounce of his bodily strength, connecting directly with the left side of the intruder's jawbone. The massive impact produced a sickening crack of bone, instantly snapping the man's head violently to the side and completely dislocating his jaw. The lantern flew from his grasp, shattering against the stone wall and extinguishing the flame, plunging the immediate area back into absolute darkness. The immense kinetic force of George's punch lifted the leader completely off his feet, sending his limp body flying backward into the crowded hallway. His heavy frame crashed violently into the 3 men standing directly behind him, knocking them entirely off balance and sending them tumbling to the stone floor. The sudden, unexpected counterattack created massive confusion among the front ranks of the mob, completely disrupting their planned, coordinated entry into the cell. Men shouted in surprise and anger, struggling to untangle themselves from the unconscious body of their leader while simultaneously trying to push forward. The element of surprise had successfully shifted the immediate tactical advantage directly into the hands of the unarmed prisoners. As the second wave of attackers attempted to force their way through the doorway, Charles executed his part of the defensive strategy perfectly. He lunged from his concealed position beside the hinges, grabbing the nearest vigilante by the thick wool collar of his coat and the heavy leather of his gun belt. Charles utilized the man's own forward momentum against him, pulling the intruder violently into the cell and spinning him around with incredible force. He slammed the man face first directly into the unyielding stone wall, the brutal impact shattering the attacker's nose and instantly rendering him completely incapacitated. The man slumped heavily to the floor, dropping his weapon and groaning loudly in severe pain, utterly useless to the mob. The narrow width of the iron doorway severely restricted the mob's ability to enter the cell in large numbers, forcing them to attack only 2 at a time. The men in the rear of the hallway pushed aggressively forward, completely unaware of the massive physical devastation occurring at the front of the line. This relentless forward pressure pinned the frontline attackers directly against the doorway, trapping them in the highly restricted space with the enraged brothers. The vigilantes could not raise their long-barreled rifles or shotguns to fire without risking hitting their own men crammed tightly in the chaotic bottleneck. The firearms became entirely useless heavy burdens, forcing the mob to engage in the brutal close-quarters fistfight dictated entirely by the Marlowes. Epp and Alf capitalized perfectly on the chaotic bottleneck, executing their low-level attack with brutal efficiency. As 2 more vigilantes stumbled over the threshold, Pushed forward by the sheer weight of the crowd behind them, the younger brothers struck hard. They drove their shoulders directly into the attackers' kneecaps, hyperextending the joints and completely destroying their structural support. The men screamed in sudden agony, collapsing onto the stone floor in a tangled mess of limbs and dropped weaponry. Ep immediately delivered a devastating hammer fist strike to the temple of the nearest fallen man, knocking him completely unconscious before he could attempt to draw a sidearm. The interior of the cell and the immediate entrance transformed rapidly into a terrifying, chaotic vortex of flying fists, heavy boots, and desperate grappling. The darkness completely neutralized the vigilantes' visual coordination, causing several men to accidentally strike their own companions in the frantic struggle to survive the onslaught. The brothers fought with absolute unrelenting brutality, utilizing elbows, knees, and raw physical power to dismantle every single man who breached the threshold. George grabbed an attacker by his thick beard, pulling his face directly downward into a rising knee strike that instantly shattered the man's cheekbone. The sound of wet impacts breaking cartilage and heavy groans completely filled the confined space, drowning out the shouting from the rear of the hallway. One large vigilante managed to push through the pile of bodies at the door, swinging a heavy iron crowbar wildly in the dark. The metal shaft sliced through the air, completely missing Charles's head by mere inches and striking the solid stone wall with a massive shower of orange sparks. The violent vibration from the impact jolted the crowbar from the man's hands, leaving him entirely defenseless for a split second. Charles stepped quickly inside the man's guard, delivering two rapid, devastating hooks directly to his unprotected ribcage, fracturing multiple bones with loud snaps. The large man doubled over in excruciating pain, and Charles immediately shoved him backward into the crowd, adding another obstacle to the doorway. Alf scrambled across the floor, his bare hands searching frantically in the darkness until his fingers closed firmly around the smooth wooden stock of a dropped shotgun. He did not attempt to fire the weapon, knowing the loud blast and bright flash in the confined space would be entirely blinding. Instead, he gripped the hot steel barrels tightly, swinging the heavy wooden stock upward like a highly lethal club directly into the groin of an approaching attacker. The man instantly folded in half, vomiting profusely onto the stone floor and creating an incredibly slick, highly dangerous surface for the remaining mob members. The physical toll on the attackers mounted rapidly, the floor becoming completely littered with broken, bleeding, and unconscious men. The sheer ferocity of the unarmed brothers completely shattered the psychological resolve of the frontline vigilantes, transforming their initial aggression into pure, desperate panic. The men realized they were trapped in a highly lethal meat grinder, completely unable to use their weapons and totally outmatched in physical combat. They began frantically pushing backward, attempting to retreat into the corridor and escape the devastating blows raining down upon them from the darkness. However, the men in the rear of the hallway continued to push forward, unaware of the retreat, creating a terrifying crush of bodies at the doorway. The vigilantes began fighting each other in a desperate attempt to break free from the highly restrictive attackers any opportunity to regroup. He stepped directly onto the pile of unconscious men at the threshold, launching himself straight into the dense crowd occupying the corridor. His knuckles tore open, bleeding profusely down his hands, but the massive adrenaline surge completely blocked the pain of the severe lacerations. He fought with the sheer, unadulterated desperation of a man fully committed to surviving the night at any physical cost. Charles joined his brother in the hallway, grabbing a fleeing vigilante by the back of his heavy coat and hurling him violently against the opposite stone wall. The continuous assault from the two older brothers created a massive wave of panic that finally rippled completely down the length of the entire corridor. The men in the rear finally realized the assault had failed catastrophically, abandoning their forward push and turning to flee toward the front entrance. The retreat rapidly devolved into an entirely chaotic stampede, men shoving and trampling their own companions in a frantic rush to escape the stone building. The entire vigilante operation, meticulously planned and completely armed, dissolved entirely under the sheer brute force of 4 unarmed men. The fleeing mob dragged their heavily wounded companions backward down the hallway, leaving thick, dark smears of fresh blood across the damp stone floor. They abandoned several lanterns, dropped hats, and multiple heavy firearms in their desperate haste to evacuate the highly dangerous premises. George and Charles did not pursue the retreating men beyond the immediate vicinity of their cell, fully understanding the severe danger of stepping into the open street. They stood firm at the entrance of the corridor, their chests heaving heavily, watching the terrified vigilantes pour out the front door and disappear into the freezing night. The absolute silence that rapidly followed the deafening chaos felt incredibly heavy and entirely surreal. The brothers immediately turned their attention back to securing their highly vulnerable position, working quickly to neutralize the immediate threat of another organized breach. Charles gripped the heavy brass handle of the thick iron door, pulling the massive structure completely shut with a loud metallic slam that echoed down the empty hallway. He examined the damaged locking mechanism, discovering the thick steel deadbolt remained entirely functional despite the intense physical struggle. He slid the heavy bolt firmly into the solid stone frame, locking the door securely from the inside and establishing a formidable physical barrier against any further incursions. The cell returned to absolute darkness, the only sound the ragged, exhausted breathing of the 4 highly battered men. George slid his back slowly down the cold iron door, his legs completely giving out from extreme physical exhaustion and the sudden massive drop in adrenaline. He sat heavily on the stone floor, resting his bleeding hands carefully on his knees, wincing as the torn flesh and bruised knuckles throbbed intensely. His entire body ached from the massive exertion, his ribs deeply bruised from the sheer physical impact of the brutal close-quarters combat. The severe chafing wounds on his wrists and ankles, previously ignored during the fight, now burned with agonizing intensity as sweat mixed directly with the raw flesh. He closed his eyes, focusing entirely on regulating his harsh breathing and assessing the immediate physical damage. Charles, Epp, and Alf collapsed onto the floor nearby, completely drained of energy, their bodies heavily battered and covered in the sweat and blood of their attackers. They sat in complete silence for several long minutes, the sheer magnitude of their successful defense slowly settling heavily into their exhausted minds. They had successfully repelled a heavily armed lynch mob of over 40 men using absolutely nothing but their bare hands and superior close-quarters tactical coordination. The physical victory represented an incredible feat of raw human survival, firmly establishing the sheer physical lethality of the Marlowe family in the minds of the local population. However, they fully understood that this specific battle merely delayed the inevitable conclusion of their highly dangerous predicament. The mob had retreated for the night, heavily demoralized and severely beaten, but the underlying hatred and absolute demand for extrajudicial execution remained completely intact. The vigilantes would eventually regroup, tend to their broken bones and shattered jaws, and formulate a new, highly lethal strategy to extract their revenge. The brothers realized their position inside the jail was completely untenable, trapped inside a stone box entirely surrounded by a hostile town demanding their immediate deaths. They needed to formulate a viable plan to escape the facility before the mob returned with overwhelming force and completely destroyed the building with heavy explosives or fire. The darkness of the cell offered absolutely no comfort or safety, merely serving as a temporary holding area for highly targeted men. As the freezing night slowly transitioned into the pale gray light of early morning, the brothers remained fully awake, carefully guarding the heavy iron door. They utilized strips of cloth torn from their inner shirts to tightly bind their heavily bleeding knuckles. preparing their damaged hands for the anticipated violence to come. They communicated in low, hushed whispers, discussing their limited options and fully acknowledging the incredibly high probability of extreme violence in the very near future. The first mob attack had completely failed, but it successfully solidified the absolute certainty that the town of Graham would never allow them to face a legal trial. The only option remaining for the highly desperate men was absolute, unyielding physical resistance against any future attempts on their lives. January 19, 1889 brought a heavy gray overcast sky that completely blocked the sun from warming the frozen terrain of Young County. Inside the highly damaged holding facility, the air remained incredibly stagnant, holding the metallic scent of old blood and the sharp odor of raw ozone from the dropping barometric pressure. The four men sat in total silence on the cold floorboards of their enclosure, their bodies still bearing the massive physical toll from the previous encounters. Their breathing produced faint white clouds in the freezing air, the temperature inside the stone walls matching the bitter winter climate outside. The solid iron door separating them from the main corridor remained firmly shut, providing a temporary but highly fragile barrier against the hostile town. Footsteps sounded from the administrative office at the front of the building, a steady, deliberate pacing that indicated the arrival of numerous individuals. The heavy wooden front doors, previously destroyed and temporarily boarded up with rough pine planks, scraped loudly against the stone floor as men pushed their way inside. The distinct sound of leather gun belts creaking and the metallic clinking of spurs echoed straight down the long, dark hallway toward the holding area. The prisoners immediately shifted their weight, pulling their knees to their chests and intensely focusing their eyes on the narrow gap beneath the iron door. They possessed absolutely zero defensive tools, forcing them to rely entirely on their auditory senses to track the movement of the approaching men. The primary lock on the heavy iron door disengaged with a loud mechanical snap, the thick steel deadbolt sliding back into the frame. The heavy door swung outward, revealing United States Marshal Edward Johnson standing in the doorway, flanked by a dozen heavily armed local deputies. Johnson wore a thick buffalo hide coat, his right hand resting comfortably on the wooden handle of his holstered sidearm, his face totally devoid of any emotion. He held a thick ring of iron keys and a heavily soiled piece of parchment paper, stepping aggressively over the threshold and into the dim light of the enclosure. The deputies behind him immediately spread out along the corridor walls, leveling double-barreled shotguns directly at the four unarmed men sitting on the floor. Johnson unfolded the document, his eyes scanning the handwritten text before he looked directly at the prisoners, officially announcing an immediate change in their custody status. He stated the federal government recognized the extreme danger posed by the local citizens and had ordered their immediate transport to a more secure facility. The designated destination was Weatherford, a town located many miles to the southeast, supposedly completely removed from the intense localized hostility of Graham. Johnson claimed this transfer would guarantee their safety and ensure they lived long enough to stand trial of federal protection. George stared intensely at the marshal, highly suspicious of the sudden change in procedure and the overwhelming number of heavily armed men required for a simple transport operation. He noted the specific deputies standing in the hallway, recognizing the hostile glares and the aggressive posture of men who clearly desired immediate violence. The timing of the transfer, scheduled for the late evening hours rather than the safety of broad daylight, immediately triggered massive internal alarms for the highly experienced men. Transporting highly targeted prisoners through the desolate, unlit Texas countryside at night violated standard security protocols and offered the perfect environment for a massive concealed ambush. The brothers exchanged brief, silent glances, collectively understanding the stated federal protection was highly likely a carefully constructed deception to extract them from the stone building. Johnson ordered the men to stand and move toward the doorway, motioning for two men carrying heavy canvas sacks to step forward from the rear of the group. One of the men was the local blacksmith wearing a thick leather apron stained with black soot, carrying a heavy iron anvil and a pair of long steel tongs. The second man dropped his canvas sack onto the floor, the heavy thud revealing the distinct sound of massive iron chains and solid metal cuffs. Johnson explicitly explained the prisoners would be heavily restrained for the duration of the journey to prevent any escape attempts during the long ride to Weatherford. The deputies stepped closer, their fingers resting firmly on the external hammers of their firearms, ready to instantly suppress any physical resistance to the shackling process. The blacksmith placed the small iron anvil squarely on the stone floor, pulling a small portable coal forge from the hallway and igniting the fuel with a phosphorus match. He pumped a small leather bellows, forcing highly concentrated oxygen directly into the coals, raising the temperature until the center of the pile glowed a furious, blinding white. He retrieved a set of incredibly heavy iron leg shackles from the canvas sack, the metal completely unpolished and covered in a thick layer of coarse brown rust. These specific restraints differed completely from standard handcuffs. They utilized solid iron rivets instead of key-operated locks, ensuring the cuffs could never be removed without heavy industrial tools. The marshal pointed directly at George and Epp, issuing a firm command for the two men to step forward and submit to the blacksmith. George and Epp walked slowly toward the glowing forge, their bare feet stepping carefully over the cold stone floor, fully aware of the shotguns aimed directly at their torsos. The blacksmith ordered George to place his right ankle flat against the flat surface of the iron anvil, grabbing the heavy rusted cuff and sliding it over the bare skin. The rigid iron ring dug painfully into his shin bone, the sheer weight of the metal anchoring his leg firmly to the heavy anvil block. The blacksmith then took the opposite end of the restraint, consisting of a 2-foot length of thick iron chain, and slid the second ring over Epp's left ankle. The two men were now physically tethered together at the lower extremities, severely restricting their ability to walk or run independently of one another. The blacksmith utilized his long steel tongs to retrieve a glowing red-hot iron rivet directly from the center of the intensely burning coal forge. He inserted the cylindrical piece of molten metal completely through the aligned holes of the locking mechanism on George's ankle cuff. Grabbing a heavy steel hammer, the blacksmith struck the red-hot rivet with massive force, flattening the ends and permanently sealing the iron ring closed around the prisoner's leg. The intense heat from the glowing metal radiated directly against George's bare skin, instantly blistering the flesh and filling the cramped enclosure with the smell of singed hair. The blacksmith repeated the exact same brutal process on Epp's ankle, permanently binding the two men together with solid, unyielding iron and thick chain. The lower restraints represented only the first phase of the intense security measures ordered by the federal marshal for the nighttime transport operation. The blacksmith reached into the canvas sack again, producing a specialized set of heavy wrist irons, connected by an incredibly short, rigid 6-inch metal bar instead of a flexible chain. He grabbed George's right wrist, forcing the arm downward, and clamped the heavy iron ring tightly over the prominent bone of the forearm. He then grabbed Epp's left wrist, pulling the man closer until their shoulders, forcefully pressed against each other, and secured the second iron ring. The blacksmith inserted the red-hot iron rivets, hammering them flat with deafening, aggressive strikes that permanently sealed the men's arms together. The resulting configuration forced George and Epp into a highly unnatural, incredibly restrictive physical posture that compromised their balance entirely. They stood awkwardly side by side, their inner arms securely fused together by the short metal bar, their inner legs bound by the heavy iron chain. If one man attempted to take a step, the other had to perfectly mirror the movement, or the heavy iron would violently tear into their flesh and instantly trip them. They could not turn their bodies inward or outward, entirely locked into a forward-facing position that completely eliminated their ability to defend themselves from a flank attack. The immense weight of the solid iron restraints pulled heavily on their muscles, draining their physical energy before the transport operation had even officially commenced. Johnson watched the process with total indifference, immediately pointing at Charles and Alf the exact moment the blacksmith finished securing the first pair of men. The two remaining prisoners stepped forward, offering absolutely no physical resistance. Understanding that any sudden movement would result in an immediate and fatal shotgun blast to the chest, Charles placed his right foot onto the anvil, the cold iron sending a sharp jolt completely up his leg as the blacksmith secured the rusted ring around his ankle. Alf positioned his left leg directly beside his brother, the heavy chain dragging across the stone floor as the blacksmith aligned the iron holes for the permanent seal. The red-hot rivets were hammered into place, the loud, ringing impacts echoing off the walls, sealing their lower bodies together in the exact same manner. The wrist irons were applied next, the blacksmith forcefully shoving Charles and Alf together, until their sides collided, clamping the heavy metal rings over their respective forearms. The hammer fell repeatedly, flattening the glowing rivets and solidifying the rigid 6-inch metal bar connecting their wrists, entirely stripping away their individual autonomy. Charles tested the strength of the restraints, pulling his arm upward, but the iron completely held firm, dragging Alf's arm up simultaneously and causing the thick metal to cut into their skin. The permanent nature of the rivets meant they would be entirely unable to remove the chains even if they managed to escape the custody of the federal marshals. They were perfectly immobilized, transformed from highly capable men into a slow, clumsy, tethered mass of flesh and heavy iron. With all 4 highly targeted men fully secured, Marshal Johnson ordered the group to move out of the enclosure and proceed down the main corridor toward the front entrance. Walking proved to be an incredibly difficult and painful endeavor for the heavily chained pairs, requiring intense concentration and continuous verbal communication to avoid falling. George and Epp moved first, their inner legs stepping perfectly in unison, the heavy chain clanking loudly against the stone floor with every awkward stride. The 6-inch bar connecting their wrists forced them to swing their arms entirely together, completely throwing off their natural gait and causing them to stumble constantly. Charles and Alf followed closely behind, their boots shuffling heavily across the damp floor, their movements equally clumsy and restricted. The deputies escorted the prisoners out of the main block, stopping them in the front administrative office where 2 completely unrelated federal detainees waited under heavy guard. These 2 men, William Burkhart and Louis Venson, were also slated for transport to Weatherford, sitting quietly on wooden chairs with standard key-operated handcuffs securing their wrists. The drastic difference in the level of restraint applied to the brothers compared to the other prisoners served as another massive indicator of the underlying highly lethal agenda. The heavily riveted iron and the physical bonding of the brothers specifically ensured they could not scatter or run away if the convoy suddenly stopped in the darkness. The 2 unrelated detainees stared silently at the heavily shackled men, their faces completely pale, sensing the extreme, highly concentrated danger entirely surrounding the operation. Johnson pushed open the temporary wooden doors of the front entrance, a blast of freezing winter wind immediately rushing into the building and chilling the prisoners to the bone. The men stepped awkwardly out onto the wooden porch, their eyes adjusting to the absolute darkness of the night, the only illumination coming from several kerosene lanterns held by the deputies. 3 large open-topped transport wagons sat directly in the middle of the frozen dirt street, hitched to teams of heavily muscled draft horses. A massive crowd of heavily armed men surrounded the vehicles, entirely on horseback, their rifles resting squarely across their saddles, their faces completely obscured by the dark shadows. The sheer number of men completely exceeded any standard protocol for transporting 6 prisoners. forming a small private army in the center of the quiet town square. The brothers analyzed the men sitting on the horses, their eyes scanning the dark coats, the specific types of horses, and the distinct shapes of the weapons held in their hands. Despite the dim light and the pulled-down hats, they instantly recognized several individuals sitting in the saddles directly outside the jail. They identified the distinct physical statures and clothing of men who had actively participated in the highly violent, disorganized assault on the facility just 2 days prior. The federal marshal had intentionally enlisted members of the very vigilante mob they were supposedly being protected from to serve as the official armed escort for the nighttime transport. The deceptive premise of the transfer immediately shattered, confirming the absolute certainty that they were being deliberately driven completely out into the open for a massive execution. The deputies pushed George and Epp heavily toward the second wagon in the convoy, ordering them to climb up and sit completely flat on the wooden floorboards. The simple task of entering the tall wagon bed proved highly agonizing, as the men could not use their hands independently to pull their combined weight over the wooden tailgate. George grabbed the edge of the wood with his free left hand while Epp grabbed it with his free right hand, the two men attempting to heave themselves upward simultaneously. The heavy iron chain connecting their ankles caught sharply on the iron latch of the tailgate, pulling tightly against their raw skin and tearing the newly formed scabs entirely away. They fell forward into the wagon bed, their bodies crashing heavily onto the rough planks, the rigid bar connecting their wrists violently twisting their shoulders. Charles and Alf were immediately directed to the exact same vehicle, the deputies completely ignoring the severe difficulty the first pair experienced during the loading process. They approached the tailgate, their linked bodies moving awkwardly, Charles boosting Alf upward using his free arm while stepping heavily onto the iron hub of the wooden wheel. They managed to roll over the wooden side panel, dropping down into the cramped space directly beside their brothers, the heavy chains clanking aggressively against the floorboards. The four men were now completely packed into the highly restricted space of a single wagon bed. Their legs intertwined, their arms permanently bound together. The sheer weight of the iron and the total lack of space made shifting their positions or finding any level of comfort entirely impossible. The two unrelated prisoners, Burkhart and Venson, were loaded into the first wagon, separated entirely from the heavily targeted brothers in the second vehicle. The third wagon remained entirely empty, intended to carry extra supplies and provide an additional layer of completely unnecessary security at the rear of the highly populated convoy. Marshal Johnson mounted his large horse, riding slowly down the line of wagons, inspecting the heavily armed escort and checking the leather harnesses on the draft animals. He issued stern commands to the drivers outlining the specific route they would take completely out of town, a route that intentionally avoided the main highly traveled public roads. The men on horseback pulled their heavy coats tighter against the freezing wind, double-checking the actions on their rifles and ensuring their weapons were fully loaded. The wagon driver assigned to the brothers climbed up onto the elevated wooden bench directly above them, a double-barreled shotgun resting easily across his lap. He did not turn back to look at the prisoners, staring straight ahead into the darkness, his hands firmly gripping the thick leather reins connecting him to the draft horses. The brothers sat perfectly still in the freezing wagon bed, their bodies pressed tightly together to share residual body heat, the extreme cold rapidly turning the iron restraints into freezing weights. They communicated entirely through highly subtle nudges and slight shifts in their linked arms, confirming their shared understanding of the highly lethal situation rapidly unfolding around them. They knew absolutely beyond any shadow of a doubt that they would never arrive at the federal facility in Weatherford. Johnson raised his arm high into the dark air, holding a lantern up to signal the commencement of the highly suspicious transport operation. He dropped his arm sharply, and the drivers immediately cracked their long leather whips completely over the backs of the horses, the sharp cracks echoing loudly across the town square. The heavy wagons lurched forward aggressively, the large wooden wheels grinding harshly against the completely frozen, heavily rutted dirt of the main street. The sudden jerk threw the brothers backward against the wooden side panels, the heavy iron rivets digging deeply into their wrists, and the chains violently yanking their ankles. The massive armed escort immediately surrounded the vehicles, forming a tight, impenetrable perimeter of horses and rifles, completely locking the prisoners inside a moving cage. The convoy moved slowly away from the courthouse, the sound of dozens of horse hooves masking the continuous clanking of the heavy chains in the back of the wagon. They passed the dark, completely silent storefronts and the wooden boardwalks, the townspeople remaining hidden entirely inside their homes, perfectly aware of what was occurring in the street. The total lack of any public resistance or questioning from the local authorities solidified. On the edge of town, the dirt road on the edge of town, the dirt road transitioning rapidly from a maintained street to a narrow, treacherous trail cutting directly through the wilderness. The dense, thorny brush and the heavy scrub oak trees immediately closed in tightly on both sides of the moving vehicles. The extreme cold intensified significantly as they moved further into the open countryside, the biting wind sweeping completely unobstructed across the flat, dead prairie. The brothers' thin cotton shirts provided absolutely zero protection against the freezing temperatures, their muscles shivering violently, which caused the rigid iron bars to constantly grind against their wrist bones. The physical pain was continuous and entirely unavoidable, every single bump in the road transferring massive kinetic energy directly into the solid iron clamped tightly around their extremities. Blood from the freshly opened wounds on their legs slowly pooled inside their boots, turning the leather incredibly slick and adding an entirely new layer of physical misery to the journey. They endured the highly agonizing ride in absolute silence, preserving their incredibly limited physical energy for the violence they knew was coming. The guards riding directly alongside the wagon completely dropped all pretenses of professionalism once the convoy cleared the town limits and entered the total darkness of the brush. They began talking loudly among themselves, openly discussing the extreme isolation of the route and making highly threatening comments completely directed at the men sitting in the wagon bed. They laughed aggressively, their voices carrying clearly over the sound of the grinding wheels, creating an incredibly tense, highly psychological atmosphere of impending doom. The brothers ignored the verbal intimidation entirely, refusing to give the armed men the satisfaction of seeing them react or beg for their lives. They focused their eyes strictly on the dark tree line passing slowly by, constantly scanning the dense shadows for any sudden movement or flashes of light. The route selected by the marshal intentionally forced the wagons to travel through highly difficult terrain, entirely unsuitable for standard transport operations at night. The trail dipped aggressively into steep ravines and climbed over rocky ridges, the heavy wagons tilting dangerously from side to side and threatening to completely overturn. The driver constantly engaged the heavy iron brake lever, the metal screaming loudly against the wooden wheels as he fought to maintain control of the massive vehicle on the steep descents. The constant, violent shifting through the chained pairs repeatedly against each other, the heavy iron chains wrapping around their legs and creating a massive, tangled knot of men and metal. Untangling themselves required immense physical effort and constant, highly painful movement that further exhausted their already completely depleted bodies. Hours passed in the freezing darkness, the convoy moving at an incredibly slow pace due to the heavy terrain and the massive size of the escort detail. The absolute isolation of the environment pressed down heavily on the prisoners, the realization that they were entirely cut off from any potential source of outside help firmly setting in. The law enforcement officials completely entrusted with their safety were actively facilitating their murder, driving them straight into a highly coordinated trap completely hidden somewhere in the black wilderness. The brothers mentally calculated the distance they had traveled, mapping out the known geography of the county in their minds to anticipate the most logical location for an ambush. They knew the attackers would choose a location that offered massive tactical advantages, highly elevated concealment, and absolutely nowhere for the heavy wagons to turn around. George felt Epps' arm completely tense up against his own, the rigid iron bar transmitting the sudden spike in physical readiness directly through the metal. George squeezed Epps' wrist firmly with his hand, acknowledging the silent communication, knowing his brother sensed the exact same shift in the atmosphere that he did. The continuous loud talking among the guards riding alongside the wagon had suddenly and completely ceased, replaced by a highly tense, highly unnatural silence. The men on horseback pulled their animals in tighter to the wagons, their hands dropping directly down to the wooden stocks of their rifles, their postures stiffening significantly. The driver sitting above them subtly shifted his grip on the shotgun, pulling the heavy weapon slightly closer to his chest and staring intensely into the darkness ahead. The trail began to descend steadily downward, the surrounding brush growing significantly thicker and significantly taller, completely blocking out the faint ambient light from the night sky. The air grew incredibly damp, holding the distinct heavy smell of stagnant water and rotting vegetation, indicating they were rapidly approaching a low-lying creek crossing. The geographical bottleneck presented the absolute perfect environment for a massive, heavily coordinated assault, completely trapping the large vehicles inside a narrow, highly restricted corridor. The horses sensed the extreme tension of their riders, snorting loudly and tossing their massive heads, their metal bits clanking sharply against their teeth in the quiet night. The brothers braced their legs firmly against the wooden floorboards, gripping their intertwined arms tightly, totally prepared to face the extreme violence waiting completely hidden in the darkness below. The wheels of the heavy wagon rolled aggressively off the hard, frozen dirt and directly onto the soft, sandy soil leading down into the dry creek bed. The massive tree, canopy closed completely overhead, plunging the entire convoy into absolute impenetrable blackness, the highly lethal trap now completely set and perfectly sprung. The incredibly heavy iron rivets and thick chains securing the brothers together guaranteed they could not dive for cover or scatter into the dense brush when the shooting started. The deceptive transfer operation had perfectly delivered the highly targeted men directly into the hands of their executioners, securely bound and entirely devoid of any defensive weaponry. They sat totally exposed in the open wooden bed, 4 heavily chained targets completely surrounded by an overwhelming force of men determined to ensure they never left the ravine alive. At 9:00 p.m., the heavy wooden wheels of the transport vehicles rolled off the hardened dirt trail and sank deep into the soft, sandy soil bordering Dry Creek. The steep descent forced the massive draft horses to brace their hind legs firmly against the shifting earth, their leather harnesses groaning loudly under the immense strain of the descending weight. The metal brake levers screamed against the iron wheel hubs, producing a shower of bright orange sparks that briefly illuminated the dense surrounding vegetation. The vehicles lumbered slowly down the steep embankment, transitioning from the open prairie into a severely depressed geographical bowl flanked by elevated ridges. The temperature at the bottom of the ravine felt drastically colder, the stagnant air saturated with the pungent scent of rotting leaves and damp clay. Massive elm and pecan trees dominated the creek banks, their thick bare branches interlocking overhead to form an impenetrable wooden canopy that blocked out the night sky. The sheer density of the timber created a zone of absolute pitch-black darkness, restricting any visual confirmation of the immediate surroundings beyond a few feet. Thick tangles of thorny underbrush and dry river cane choked the spaces between the massive tree trunks, providing an incredible layer of natural concealment for anyone positioned along the elevated ridges. The creek itself contained very little water, consisting mostly of stagnant, frozen mud pools and exposed, jagged limestone rocks scattered chaotically across the wide channel. The physical layout of the crossing constituted a textbook military kill zone, offering superior elevation and invisibility to anyone holding the high ground. The wagon driver assigned to the second vehicle suddenly pulled back fiercely on the thick leather reins, issuing a harsh, guttural command that brought the draft horses to an immediate halt in the center of the dry crossing. The wooden vehicle settled deeply into the soft sand, the sudden cessation of movement causing the rusted iron chains in the wagon bed to clank sharply against the rough floorboards. The first and third wagons stopped simultaneously, trapping the convoy in the lowest, most vulnerable section of the deep ravine. The sudden stop was unprompted by any physical obstacle in the path, contradicting standard transport protocols that dictated maintaining continuous momentum through dangerous bottleneck areas. The brothers instantly recognized the deliberate nature of the halt, their muscles tensing fiercely as they sat exposed in the open wooden bed. Without uttering a single word, the driver, sitting directly above the chained brothers, engaged the metal parking brake, set his double-barreled shotgun down on the wooden bench, and leaped off the side of the wagon. He hit the sandy ground running, abandoning his post and sprinting aggressively toward the thick tree line on the southern bank. The sudden exodus of the deputies and guards generated a chaotic cacophony of thundering hooves, snapping branches, and men shouting urgent commands to clear the immediate area. Within mere seconds, the protective detail vanished into the pitch-black wilderness, leaving the targeted prisoners isolated and trapped in the center of the kill zone. United States Marshal Edward Johnson did not attempt to stop the fleeing guards or maintain any semblance of order during the massive abandonment of his official federal convoy. Instead, he pulled his large bay gelding sharply to the right, spurring the animal aggressively up the steep northern embankment and disappearing behind a thick cluster of heavy oak trees. His withdrawal from the immediate vicinity confirmed the final, undeniable phase of the deceptive transfer operation, effectively handing the helpless prisoners directly over to the waiting executioners. The sheer speed and coordination of the escort's departure indicated a pre-planned sequence of events, a carefully orchestrated betrayal designed to ensure maximum lethal exposure for the men inside the wagons. The federal authority responsible for their safety actively participated in trapping them in an inescapable wooden box deep inside hostile territory. An incredibly thick, unnatural silence descended upon the dark ravine the moment the sound of the fleeing horses faded into the distance. The absence of human movement or vocal communication created a crushing tension in the stagnant winter air, amplifying the loud, ragged breathing of the panicked draft horses still tethered to the immobile wagons. George, Epp, Charles, and Alf sat motionless in the second wagon, their chained bodies pressed firmly together on the cold floorboards, their eyes scanning the impenetrable darkness lining the elevated banks. They possessed zero physical cover, the low wooden sideboards offering no ballistic protection against the devastating firepower they knew was currently trained upon their position. The heavy iron rivets clamping their wrists and ankles nullified any possibility of diving out of the vehicle and seeking refuge in the brush. A single aggressive male voice suddenly echoed out from the dense tree line on the western ridge, the sound cutting sharply through the freezing air and shattering the profound silence of the ravine. The concealed man yelled a loud, distinct command for the guards to surrender the prisoners, a theatrical performance considering the escort had already abandoned the immediate area. The shout served strictly as an audible signal to the rest of the hidden mob, officially initiating the massive coordinated assault upon the vulnerable targets trapped below. The voice carried a tone of pure, unadulterated hatred devoid of any hesitation or legal reservation, signaling a commitment to immediate, extrajudicial extermination. The brothers did not respond to the verbal provocation, bracing their bodies against the wooden floorboards and gripping their intertwined arms with immense physical intensity. The precise moment the shout ended, a blinding flash of bright orange fire erupted from the thick underbrush situated on the elevated eastern embankment. A deafening explosive crack followed the visual flash, the compressed sound wave physically impacting the eardrums of the men trapped in the valley. A heavy .44 caliber copper-jacketed projectile tore through the freezing air at supersonic speed, crossing the short distance from the tree line and impacting the wooden side of the wagon with a massive splintering crash. The extreme kinetic energy of the slug shattered the thick oak paneling instantly, sending sharp, jagged shards of broken wood flying violently across the interior of the crowded wagon bed. This single, destructive shot officially commenced the execution phase of the ambush, shattering the quiet night with an explosion of sudden, unrestricted violence. A fraction of a second later, the perimeter of the dark ravine exploded in a massive, synchronized volley of overwhelming rifle fire. Over 40 heavily armed men concealed behind the thick trunks and dense brush of the elevated ridges simultaneously pulled the triggers of their lever-action weapons. A continuous, terrifying wall of orange muzzle flashes illuminated the pitch-black timber, revealing the sheer scale of the coordinated vigilante force surrounding the stationary wagons. The combined acoustic blast of 40 rifles discharging simultaneously created a deafening, continuous roar that aggressively shook the heavy winter air and echoed violently off the steep limestone walls of the dry creek. The sheer volume of the incoming fire represented an overwhelming, highly lethal force specifically calculated to obliterate the occupants of the wooden vehicles within seconds. A massive hail of solid metal projectiles rained down upon the second wagon from multiple elevated angles, creating a lethal crossfire that covered every square inch of the exposed vehicle. The bullets struck the wooden wagon bed with terrifying, rapid-fire impacts, the continuous thudding sounds resembling an aggressive hailstorm striking a tin roof. Heavy slugs tore through the thick oak sideboards with zero resistance, entering the cramped space where the brothers sat and violently striking the floorboards directly beneath their bodies. The structural integrity of the transport wagon began to immediately fail under the massive ballistic punishment, the wooden planks splintering, cracking, and physically disintegrating into jagged fragments. The air inside the wagon immediately filled with flying wood chips and deadly, highly accelerated pieces of splintered shrapnel. George and Epp violently threw their upper bodies flat against the rough floorboards, desperately attempting to minimize their physical profiles against the incoming barrage of deadly projectiles. However, the rigid 6-inch iron bar permanently riveted between their inner wrists prevented them from achieving a truly flat, protected posture. As George pushed downward, the solid metal bar violently torqued Epp's arm upward, creating an agonizing, restrictive physical bind that kept their shoulders dangerously elevated and exposed to the incoming fire. They struggled intensely against the unyielding iron, their muscles straining against the heavy metal cuffs as lethal bullets zipped mere inches above their heads, snapping the air with terrifying supersonic cracks. The permanent restraints transformed the simple act of taking cover into an incredibly painful, physically impossible task. Charles and Alf experienced the identical physical dilemma on the opposite side of the confined wagon bed. The heavy rusted iron chain permanently binding their ankles, tightly together, caught violently on the exposed, splintered floorboards, restricting their ability to shift their lower bodies away from the direct line of fire. Charles attempted to roll onto his side, but the sudden movement aggressively yanked the thick chain, pulling Alf's leg harshly and causing the iron cuff to bite deeply into the younger brother's damaged skin. They were physically anchored to the very center of the impact zone, forced to endure the massive, unrelenting shower of incoming metal while unable to utilize the limited protection offered by the low sideboards. The heavy iron restraints proved to be a far more dangerous enemy than the bullets themselves. The continuous roar of the gunfire and the sharp, painful impacts of splintering wood instantly threw the draft horses into a state of absolute, uncontrollable panic. The heavily muscled animals screamed in terror, rearing up on their hind legs and violently thrashing against their thick leather harnesses in a desperate attempt to flee the deafening explosions. Their massive iron-shod hooves slammed aggressively against the sandy creek bed, kicking up thick clouds of dirt and debris as they lunged forward with uncoordinated physical force. The sudden, violent lunges jolted the transport wagon, tossing the chained brothers against the damaged sideboards and disrupting their desperate attempts to maintain any form of physical stability. The heavy vehicle lurched unpredictably, creating a highly unstable, dangerous platform in the very middle of a concentrated kill zone. The attackers possessed superior high ground on both the eastern and western ridges, firing directly downward into the exposed interior of the wagon bed. The continuous aggressive crossfire ensured absolutely no angle of the vehicle remained safe from the relentless barrage of heavy rifle slugs. Bullets entering from the western bank shattered the left sideboards, while projectiles from the eastern ridge simultaneously pulverized the right sideboards, creating a terrifying intersection of flying metal directly in the center of the trapped prisoners. The brothers could physically feel the extreme heat of the bullets passing extremely close to their skin, the violent displacement of the air tugging aggressively at their thin cotton shirts. The sheer density of the incoming fire made basic survival a matter of pure random chance. The vigilantes operated their reliable lever-action rifles with aggressive, practiced efficiency, rapidly extracting spent brass casings and chambering fresh rounds. The loud mechanical clacking of 40 rifle actions cycling simultaneously echoed sharply through the ravine, serving as an ominous auditory backdrop to the deafening explosions of the gunfire. The attackers bypassed the need to carefully aim individual shots, relying purely on the sheer, overwhelming volume of fire to guarantee the complete destruction of the targets trapped below. They pumped rounds into the darkness as fast as their hands could manipulate the steel levers, emptying their capacious tubular magazines into the center of the immobile convoy. The coordinated effort demonstrated a focused, ruthless determination to annihilate the Marlowe family without any further delay. A massive cloud of dense, acrid gray gun smoke rapidly formed within the deep bowl of the dry creek, trapped by the cold, stagnant air and the thick wooden canopy overhead. The intense smell of heavily burned powder overwhelmed the natural scent of the damp earth, burning the brothers' nostrils and irritating their eyes. The thick smoke quickly obscured the physical outlines of the attackers hidden in the tree line, leaving only the aggressive, frequent flashes of bright orange fire as visual targets. The localized fog further disoriented the panicked horses, causing them to blindly ram the heavy wagon against the steep, unyielding limestone banks of the creek crossing. The physical chaos within the confined space escalated out of control as the massive ballistic barrage continued unabated. A heavy copper-jacketed projectile ripped aggressively through the front wooden panel of the wagon bed, flying directly between George and Epp and violently striking the solid iron bar connecting their wrists. The high-velocity impact generated a blinding shower of hot orange sparks and produced a deafening metallic ring that vibrated up their forearms. The extreme kinetic energy of the heavy bullet slightly bent the rigid 6-inch bar, instantly increasing the intense pressure of the rusted iron cuffs directly against their bare skin. The close call underscored the extreme lethality of their restricted predicament. If the bullet had traveled a mere inch in either direction, it would have shattered a bone and instantly severed an artery. They were surrounded by concentrated death, unable to physically avoid the massive volume of incoming fire. The sheer intensity of the vigilante assault shredded the upper structure of the second transport wagon. The thick wooden bench where the driver had previously sat disintegrated under a massive, concentrated volley of rifle fire, chunks of splintered wood flying backward into the prisoner-holding area. One large, jagged piece of heavy oak struck Charles squarely in the shoulder, the physical impact bruising the muscle deeply and causing him to violently wince in pain. He ignored the injury, tightly gripping Alf's arm and using his own heavy body to physically press his younger brother closer to the damaged floorboards. The absolute lack of any physical shield forced the older brothers to utilize their own flesh to protect the younger members of the family from the relentless hail of metal. In the first wagon, situated 20 feet ahead of the brothers, the two unrelated federal prisoners panicked under the massive, unexpected onslaught of deadly gunfire. William Burkhart and Louis Venson possessed standard key-operated handcuffs featuring flexible chains, granting them a significantly higher degree of physical mobility compared to the heavily riveted Marlows. They screamed loudly in pure terror, desperately rolling their bodies over the wooden sideboards of the front wagon and dropping heavily into the cold mud of the creek bed. They crawled frantically away from the targeted vehicles, utilizing the deep shadows and the dense, thorny underbrush to physically escape the concentrated kill zone. The attackers ignored the fleeing men, focusing their massive firepower exclusively upon the specific wagon containing the four hated brothers. The continuous massive volley of incoming fire began to penetrate the lowest sections of the second wagon bed. Heavy rifle slugs tore directly through the rough floorboards from underneath, passing between the massive wooden spokes of the wheels and piercing the bottom planks with terrifying explosive force. This eliminated the floorboards as a viable source of physical cover, transforming the wooden box into a lethal porous trap. A bullet erupted vertically through the wood a mere 2 inches from George's right thigh, sending a massive spray of sharp splinters directly into his leg. The extremely violent upward trajectory of the projectiles proved conclusively that remaining stationary inside the targeted vehicle guaranteed their absolute, imminent demise. George yelled urgent, desperate instructions over the deafening, continuous roar of the gunfire, commanding his chained brothers to immediately evacuate the damaged wagon bed. He realized that the open vehicle functioned as a massive bullet magnet, drawing the concentrated fire of 40 men toward a perfectly stationary, visible target. Escaping the wooden box presented a massive physical challenge due to the permanent rigid iron restraints tightly binding their bodies together. They had to coordinate complex physical movements while under heavy fire, fully knowing that a single misstep or tangled chain would leave them exposed and instantly dead. The absolute necessity of movement directly clashed with the severe, uncompromising physical limitations imposed by the heavy iron rivets. George and Epp moved first, utilizing their synchronized physical connection to slowly drag their bodies toward the shattered left side of the ruined wagon. They kept their upper bodies pressed against the damaged floorboards, using their free outer hands to aggressively grab the splintered edges of the wood and pull their combined weight forward. The heavy iron chain securing their ankles dragged harshly across the severely broken planks, catching constantly on jagged splinters and exposed iron nails. Every single inch of forward progress required immense, agonizing physical effort, their damaged muscles straining severely against the solid, unyielding iron restraints. The continuous, terrifying, supersonic cracks of the bullets passing overhead served as an incredibly powerful, lethal motivator to abandon the targeted vehicle. The vigilantes positioned on the elevated eastern ridge noticed the subtle movement inside the severely damaged wagon bed. They immediately directed a massive, concentrated volley of fire toward the shattered left side panel, attempting to intercept the prisoners before they could physically exit the vehicle. The splintered oak boards exploded violently inward, raining a heavy shower of deadly wooden shrapnel directly down upon George and Epp's exposed backs. The extreme aggressive volume of incoming metal forced the pair to halt their physical progress, pinning them directly against the damaged edge of the wagon. They were trapped between the lethal crossfire of the concealed mob and the agonizing physical constraints of the rusted iron chains. Charles and Alf abandoned their compromised position in the center of the exposed wagon bed, desperately attempting to follow the perilous path forged by their older brothers. They violently rolled their bound bodies toward the rear tailgate, the incredibly heavy leg irons aggressively clanking against the broken wood and tearing the raw flesh on their damaged ankles. The chaos caused by the panicked draft horses hindered their progress, the entire vehicle violently jerking forward and backward with unpredictable, aggressive physical force. The violent shifting caused the rigid iron bar permanently connecting their wrists to violently twist their arms, generating new waves of agonizing physical pain. They fought relentlessly against the restrictive metal, determined to escape the massive death trap. A highly aggressive shooter concealed on the western bank fired a heavy, precise shot directly at the struggling men attempting to exit the rear of the damaged vehicle. The massive slug ripped through the thick wooden tailgate, aggressively striking the heavily rusted master chain linking Charles and Alf's leg irons together. The extreme impact shattered a rusted iron link, breaking the solid connection between their lower bodies and granting them a massive, unexpected degree of independent mobility. The sudden separation caused Charles to fall backward against the shattered sideboards, his bruised body aggressively colliding with the unyielding wood. The accidental severance of the lower chain altered the restrictive physical dynamics of their desperate escape attempt. The attackers paused their aggressive firing for a mere 3 seconds, reloading their emptied tubular magazines with fresh, lethal copper-jacketed cartridges. The sudden, unnatural cessation of the deafening noise amplified the terrifying sounds of the damaged wood settling and the panicked horses thrashing against their strained harnesses. The brief pause allowed the trapped brothers to rapidly assess their perilous situation, realizing the ambush had failed to instantly kill them during the massive initial onslaught. They had survived the overwhelming opening phase of the coordinated assault, relying on pure, unpredictable luck and the chaotic movement of the panicked draft animals. The leader of the concealed mob loudly shouted an aggressive command from the dark western ridge, directly ordering his armed men to finish the brutal execution. He demanded they step directly out from the heavy cover of the thick tree line and advance directly toward the damaged wagons. The highly dangerous order required the vigilantes to abandon their secure, elevated positions and directly approach the exposed kill zone. The confidence of the unseen leader stemmed from the absolute certainty that the chained prisoners possessed zero defensive weapons to fight back. The mob believed they were closing in strictly for a safe, uncontested final slaughter. The heavily armed men stepped out from behind the massive trunks of the heavy oak trees, their dark silhouettes slightly illuminated by the faint ambient light of the night sky. They raised their reloaded rifles directly to their aggressive shoulders, preparing to unleash a new, devastating wave of unrestricted gunfire directly down into the ruined wagon. The aggressive physical movement signaled the absolute climax of the lethal ambush, shifting the dangerous tactical situation from a distant, concealed attack directly into a close-quarters execution. The brothers watched the dark figures descend down the steep embankments, recognizing the absolute immediate threat of total annihilation. The heavy sound of massive leather boots crunching upon the dry, frozen leaves lining the steep creek banks echoed through the silent ravine. The approaching mob maintained a strict, terrifying silence as they closed the short distance toward the destroyed vehicles. The massive, overwhelming force of 40 armed men possessed a total, absolute tactical advantage over the unarmed, shackled men trapped inside the ruined wooden box. The hopelessness of the desperate situation rested heavily upon the battered bodies of the exhausted Marlowe family. The extreme physical desperation of the critical moment stripped away any remaining thoughts of passive, compliant survival from the intelligent minds of the targeted brothers. They recognized that remaining defensive inside the compromised, ruined vehicle guaranteed their absolute, immediate deaths. They needed to execute a massive, aggressive, unpredicted physical counterattack to disrupt the confident, overwhelming advance of the ruthless mob. The sudden realization fueled a massive, explosive surge of pure, unadulterated physical adrenaline directly into their damaged bodies. The men on the ridges step out from the cover of the thick oak trees, their heavy leather boots sliding on the loose shale and frozen soil of the steep embankment. They lower their rifles from their shoulders, holding the weapons at their hips as they navigate the treacherous, dark decline toward the dry creek bed. The continuous, deafening barrage of gunfire has ceased, leaving a ringing silence broken only by the frantic snorting of the terrified draft horses and the sharp crunch of winter deadfall beneath heavy footsteps. The attackers advance in a loose, uncoordinated perimeter, closing the short distance to confirm their kills and finish the grim task. They move with complete confidence, entirely convinced the occupants of the shattered transport vehicle are bleeding out on the wooden floorboards, completely incapable of offering any physical resistance. Inside the ruined second wagon, George focuses his vision upward toward the front of the vehicle, his eyes cutting through the thick layer of acrid gun smoke settling in the ravine. He visually tracks the specific location of the elevated wooden bench where the assigned driver had sat merely 10 minutes prior. During his panicked flight into the dense timber, the guard had carelessly abandoned his 12-gauge double-barreled shotgun, leaving the fully loaded weapon resting precariously on the splintered planks. The powerful firearm represents the sole means of altering their incredibly grim fate, sitting mere feet away from the trapped men. However, retrieving the weapon requires George to expose his entire upper body to the descending wall of hostile gunmen currently approaching the wagon. George applies a severe, sudden pull against the rigid iron bar, permanently linking his right wrist to his brother's left arm. This aggressive physical cue communicates his desperate intention to Epp without requiring a single spoken word over the noise of the shifting, panicked livestock. Epp instantly understands the highly dangerous objective, bracing his heavy leather boots firmly against a surviving section of the floorboards to provide a solid mechanical anchor. They must synchronize their physical movements perfectly to rise from their prone position, fighting the immense weight of the solid metal cuffs binding their bodies together. The rusted chains connecting their ankles drag harshly across the debris-strewn floor, catching repeatedly on splintered oak and bent iron nails. The physical coordination required to stand up proves agonizingly difficult under the extreme pressure of the approaching vigilantes and the freezing winter wind. George and Epp push their torsos upward in perfect unison, their leg muscles burning intensely from the immense strain of lifting the heavy iron restraints while balancing on the unstable, heavily damaged platform. Every single inch of elevation brings them significantly closer to the highly deadly trajectory of the incoming fire they know will resume the moment they are spotted. The jagged edges of the broken sideboards violently scrape against their torn cotton shirts, catching on the fabric and momentarily halting their desperately needed forward momentum. They force themselves higher, completely prioritizing the acquisition of the firearm over their compromised immediate physical safety. The heavily rusted iron cuffs bite deeply into the soft flesh of their wrists as they stretch their bound arms toward the elevated bench. The constant friction tears the previously formed scabs entirely away, sending fresh streams of warm arterial blood running down their forearms and mixing with the cold iron. The intense physical pain sends sharp jolts directly up their arms, but the massive surge of survival adrenaline masks the worst of the agony. They press their bruised ribs tightly together, creating a unified center of gravity to prevent the sudden, violent jerks of the terrified draft horses from knocking them back down into the completely exposed wagon bed. Pushing past the highly damaged threshold of the broken sideboards, George and Epp thrust themselves upright, exposing their torsos entirely to the freezing night air. The sudden, unexpected appearance of the two men momentarily startles a significant portion of the advancing mob on the eastern slope, causing a brief, highly advantageous hesitation in their approach. George leverages this momentary psychological lapse, lunging aggressively forward with every ounce of physical power his severely battered body currently possesses. The rigid iron bar violently twists his right shoulder socket, sending a sharp spike of pain down his spine, but he refuses to halt his desperate reach toward the wooden bench. George fully extends his free left arm toward the front of the ruined vehicle, his thick, calloused fingers blindly searching the dark, splintered surface for the cold steel barrel. The dim ambient light filtering through the massive tree canopy provides virtually no visual assistance, forcing him to rely entirely on his tactile senses. His hand brushes past jagged shards of broken oak and the heavy iron brake lever before finally making solid contact with the smooth walnut stock of the abandoned firearm. He closes his strong grip forcefully around the wooden handle, the sheer physical weight of the heavy weapon providing an instant massive psychological boost to the desperate man. He yanks the shotgun violently backward with intense ferocity, pulling it aggressively down into the temporary relative safety of the heavily splintered wagon bed. The precise moment the weapon clears the edge of the elevated bench, a vigilante on the western ridge visually registers the sudden movement and fires a highly aggressive shot directly at the silhouette. A heavy, copper-jacketed slug smashes directly into the specific spot on the wooden planks where the weapon had rested a fraction of a second prior. The massive kinetic impact shatters the remaining wood, sending incredibly sharp splinters flying directly into George's face and cutting a deep gash across his left cheekbone. Possessing the powerful weapon immediately introduces an entirely new, massive physical challenge for the securely bound older brothers. Operating a heavy two-handed firearm typically requires independent mobility of both arms and shoulders to properly support the barrel and absorb the massive recoil. George must firmly seat the wooden stock directly against his left shoulder, while his right arm remains permanently locked to Ep's highly restricted adjacent limb. The rigid 6-inch metal bar severely limits his physical ability to properly support the heavy twin steel barrels, causing the highly lethal muzzle to waver unsteadily in the dark, smoke-filled air. Ep visually recognizes the critical mechanical deficiency instantly and immediately shifts his bodily posture to serve as a human support platform for the heavy weapon. He aggressively leans his bruised torso directly against George's right side, utilizing his own body weight to completely stabilize his older brother's highly compromised stance. Ep tightly grips George's upper arm firmly with his free right hand, locking their torsos completely together to create a solid, highly unyielding foundation. This improvised physical arrangement mitigates the severe restriction of the heavy iron cuffs, effectively transforming their highly vulnerable linked state into a functional firing position. With the heavy weapon firmly leveled, George reaches his left thumb across the steel breech, pulling back the heavy external hammers with significant physical force. The loud, sharp metallic clicks register clearly in his ears, confirming the dual firing mechanisms are fully cocked and ready to strike the brass primers. The mechanical readiness of the heavy firearm completely shifts the immediate tactical reality of the freezing, highly isolated ravine entirely in favor of the surviving brothers. Previously unarmed, defenseless prisoners now possess highly lethal capability, totally reversing the one-sided nature of the brutal, coordinated assault. George aggressively swings the heavy muzzle of the shotgun toward the darkened section of the eastern ridge, targeting the descending silhouettes illuminated faintly by the moonlight reflecting off the limestone. He visually tracks a specific cluster of heavily armed attackers advancing aggressively through the dense river cane, their dark coats contrasting highly against the pale rocks lining the bank. He aims the twin barrels slightly low, anticipating the massive, violent upward recoil of the incredibly powerful 12-gauge discharge. His thick finger tightens deliberately around the front curved trigger, initiating the explosive chemical reaction deep within the right chamber. The massive weapon discharges with a deafening roar, sending a highly concentrated cloud of heavy metal buckshot tearing through the dense, freezing winter brush. A massive burst of bright orange flame completely illuminates the immediate vicinity of the shattered wagon, blinding the aggressive attackers advancing on the eastern bank. The sheer kinetic energy of the heavy blast violently shoves George backward, the massive recoil transferring directly through his shoulder and completely into Ep's supporting torso. The heavily rusted iron chain binding their highly damaged ankles rattles fiercely as they fight to maintain their precarious balance on the broken floorboards. The devastating spread of the heavy buckshot violently strikes the advancing group of heavily armed vigilantes with absolute, entirely brutal efficiency. Multiple men scream out in sudden, terrible agony as the heavy metal pellets completely rip through their thick winter clothing and embed deeply directly into their unprotected flesh. The physical impact instantly shatters the confident momentum of the entire eastern flank, sending wounded men tumbling violently backward down the incredibly rocky embankment. The previously confident shouts of the highly aggressive mob morph instantly into panicked cries for immediate medical assistance and desperate commands to quickly seek heavy cover. The absolute element of total surprise delivers a massive psychological blow to the highly coordinated vigilante force descending the steep slopes. The heavily armed attackers had anticipated a passive, highly controlled slaughter, totally unprepared to face lethal resistance from the heavily chained men they considered entirely trapped. The sudden, violent eruption of heavy return fire shatters their certainty, replacing their aggressive advance with sudden, overwhelming terror. Men dive desperately behind the thick trunks of the massive pecan trees, abandoning their coordinated forward push to avoid the devastating blasts. While George and Ep fiercely engage the eastern ridge, Charles and Alf capitalize completely on their newly acquired, unexpected lower body mobility. The serendipitous severing of their rusted connecting leg chain during the initial volley allows them to maneuver across the splintered debris with significantly greater speed and agility. They crawl rapidly toward the destroyed rear of the compromised wagon, intensely searching the sandy dirt surrounding the splintered wooden wheels for any additional discarded weaponry. The chaotic flight of the official escort had carelessly left a highly visible trail of dropped tactical equipment in the soft sand. Charles's focused eyes immediately catch the dull glint of cold-blued steel resting in the dirt near the shattered rear iron axle. A heavy lever-action Winchester rifle lies entirely abandoned directly by a panicked federal deputy during the frantic initial exodus away from the kill zone. Charles throws his bruised upper body over the jagged edge of the broken sideboards, dragging Alf forcefully directly downward via the rigid iron bar. They hit the cold, sandy ground hard, the sudden violent physical impact completely knocking the breath violently entirely directly from their exhausted lungs. Charles extends his free left arm forward, his calloused fingers digging deeply into the frozen dirt to secure a firm grip on the wooden stock. He pulls the powerful weapon aggressively directly into his bruised chest, rapidly rolling onto his battered back to visually inspect the firearm in the dim, ambient light. He slides a dirty finger quickly over the smooth brass loading gate on the machined side of the steel receiver, confirming the tubular magazine holds a full capacity of heavy cartridges. The critical acquisition of a powerful long-range, rapid-fire weapon dramatically escalates their capacity to inflict massive damage on the mob. Operating a complex lever-action mechanism demands highly fluid, independent motion of both hands, a physical impossibility for the tightly chained men. Charles holds the smooth wooden grip of the stock firmly in his left hand, his index finger resting dangerously close to the curved steel trigger. The lever-action mechanism of the Winchester requires the operator to push the metal loop downward, engaging an internal elevator block that lifts a fresh cartridge from the tubular magazine while simultaneously sliding the heavy breech bolt backward. This process demands two independent, fully mobile hands to stabilize the weapon during the forceful mechanical cycling. Charles cannot support the heavy octagonal barrel and operate the stiff lever simultaneously, as the short iron bar riveting his right wrist to Alf completely eliminates his forward reach. The powerful rifle remains temporarily useless until they can devise a cooperative firing posture that accommodates their severe physical restrictions. Alf perfectly recognizes the mechanical dilemma and instantly provides the highly necessary physical solution to get the gun into the firefight. He reaches across with his free right hand, firmly grasping the heavy steel barrel directly in front of the wooden forearm to provide the necessary structural support. This cooperative stance allows Charles to focus entirely on operating the trigger and the lever mechanism, while Alf completely controls the directional aim and elevation of the muzzle. Their shared physical pain and identical motivation to survive forge an unbreakable, highly efficient combat partnership born out of absolute desperation. Charles awkwardly utilizes his bound right hand, heavily constrained by the heavy iron cuff, to push the steel lever directly downward. The complex action opens the steel breech, extracting a heavy brass cartridge from the magazine and sliding it smoothly directly into the firing chamber. He pulls the steel lever back upward, completely sealing the open breech and locking the heavy hammer securely into the fully cocked position, ready to fire. The highly complex, synchronized physical manipulation requires incredibly intense mental focus to successfully execute while completely surrounded by the terrifying chaos of the ambush. Alf assumes the complete responsibility of targeting, pointing the incredibly heavy steel barrel directly toward the bright muzzle flashes originating from the western embankment. He visually tracks a specific active shooter hiding behind a dense cluster of thorny scrub oak, waiting for the concealed man to expose his dark silhouette. The heavy iron connecting their bruised wrists forces their battered bodies to move in perfect unison, sinking their ragged breathing as they prepare to fire. Alf issues a sharp physical nudge directly against Charles's heavily bruised shoulder, silently signaling the specific target is fully acquired and locked into his line of sight. Charles squeezes the cold steel trigger mechanism, unleashing a heavy, copper-jacketed slug at high velocity directly into the dark brush. The powerful rifle barks loudly, producing a sharp, piercing report that cuts directly through the significantly deeper, heavy roar of the shotgun blasts occurring on the other side of the wagon. The high-velocity heavy projectile finds its specific mark with devastating accuracy, striking the concealed vigilante squarely in the center of his upper chest. The massive kinetic physical impact instantly neutralizes the active threat, sending the highly wounded man tumbling violently out of the dense scrub oak. His battered body forcefully crashes through the completely dry underbrush, destroying the aggressive morale of the heavily armed attackers positioned nearby. The sudden, unpredictable, lethal precision from the completely helpless prisoners totally halts the mob's momentum entirely, stopping their downward advance completely. Charles immediately cycles the lever action again, the violent downward motion of his wrist ejecting the spent, smoking brass casing into the cold mud of the creek bed. He pulls the lever upward, chambering a fresh cartridge in a fluid, highly practiced motion that completely ignores the intense pain radiating from his lacerated flesh. Alf fights fiercely to keep the heavy barrel level, immediately reacquiring the next specific target zone directly as Charles resets the heavy firing hammer. They establish a relentless, highly rhythmic rate of fire, systematically targeting the bright orange muzzle flashes erupting from the dark western slope. The entire dynamic of the brutal confrontation shifts drastically within a mere matter of tense seconds, completely upending the vigilante's meticulously planned execution. The heavily armed men, previously confident in their overwhelming numerical superiority, now face a highly lethal, unpredictable defense from two entirely different angles. The intense volume of continuous incoming fire falters significantly, the attackers prioritizing finding secure cover over maintaining their previously relentless barrage. The dark, freezing ravine transforms from a one-sided slaughter directly into a deeply contested, incredibly violent battleground where survival is measured in inches and remaining ammunition. George seizes the brief opportunity created by the sudden lull in the aggressive vigilante assault to reload his primary weapon. He heavily shifts his battered stance against Epp, pointing the second barrel directly at a thicket on the eastern slope where he hears the rustling of men scrambling over rocks. He pulls the rear trigger, unleashing another massive cloud of heavy buckshot into the concealed positions of the attackers, the deafening blast shredding the dense winter foliage. Knowing the heavy shotgun is now empty, George aggressively breaks open the steel breech, exposing the empty chambers and shaking the smoking plastic hulls onto the floorboards. He frantically searches the severely splintered floorboards, his thick fingers feeling for any spare ammunition the fleeing driver might have dropped in his haste. His hand brushes directly against a heavy canvas pouch partially hidden beneath a shattered piece of oak paneling near the heavy iron brake lever. He violently tears the canvas pouch open, his fingers closing around the smooth brass bases of multiple 12-gauge shotgun shells. He quickly extracts 2 heavy shells, manually inserting them into the open breech and snapping the action closed, highly prepared to deliver another devastating volley. The heavily chained brothers totally dictate the pace of the engagement, completely reversing the roles of predator and prey within the confines of the isolated crossing. The attackers realize they are fighting highly determined, highly capable men who absolutely refuse to surrender their lives without exacting a massive physical toll. The deep, dark ravine echoes continuously with the sharp reports of the Winchester and the explosive roars of the shotgun, shattering the silent, deadly isolation the mob had carefully constructed. The unarmed prisoners have successfully armed themselves, firmly establishing a highly lethal defense that ensures the dry creek bed will run with vigilante blood. The initial shock of the heavy return fire radiating from the shattered transport vehicle temporarily halts the downward advance of the vigilante mob. The men positioned on the steep rocky embankment scramble for the heavy timber, pressing their bodies firmly against the massive trunks of the pecan and elm trees lining the dry creek bed. The leaders of the assault group realize the unarmed prisoners have procured weapons from the fleeing federal escort, completely altering the tactical reality of the execution. From the safety of the dense brush, the mob commanders shout aggressive orders over the continuous roar of the gunfire, directing their shooters to stop firing blindly into the wooden box. They instruct the men to focus their aim strictly on the brilliant orange muzzle flashes erupting from the surviving brothers' firearms. George maintains a steady, punishing rhythm with the 12-gauge shotgun, firing massive clouds of buckshot into the dark tree line whenever a concealed attacker exposes his silhouette. Epp stands firmly pressed against George's right side, acting as a human support pillar for the heavy weapon. The physical strain on Epp's battered legs is immense, his muscles burning fiercely as he fights to maintain his balance on the violently shifting floorboards. The rusted iron chain permanently binding their ankles together drags harshly across the splintered oak, threatening to trip them both with every sudden movement. The rigid 6-inch iron bar riveting their inner wrists transfers the massive recoil of the shotgun directly into Epp's shoulder joint, sending sharp jolts of pain down his spine. On the elevated eastern ridge, a highly experienced shooter wearing a heavy buffalo coat wedges his lever-action rifle firmly into the crotch of a thick oak branch. He ignores the terrifying blasts of buckshot tearing through the upper canopy, focusing his vision entirely on the intermittent flashes of light originating from the front of the ruined wagon bed. He times his breathing, waiting patiently for the exact fraction of a second when George discharges the heavy shotgun, momentarily illuminating the 2 men standing close together. The shooter aligns his front iron sight directly on the center mass of the supporting figure. recognizing that eliminating the physical anchor will render the heavy weapon useless. His finger applies steady, deliberate pressure to the curved steel trigger, releasing the sear and sending the firing pin forward into the brass primer. A heavy, copper-jacketed projectile tears through the freezing winter air at supersonic speed, crossing the short distance between the ridge and the creek bed in a millisecond. The solid metal slug strikes Epps squarely in the upper right quadrant of his torso, the massive kinetic energy shattering his clavicle bone instantly upon impact. The projectile continues its devastating trajectory downward through his chest cavity, ripping a jagged path through the superior lobe of his right lung. The violent expansion of the metal severs multiple major pulmonary arteries, causing a catastrophic internal hemorrhage that rapidly fills his pleural cavity with hot arterial blood. The slug finally exits through his back, tearing a massive hole through the trapezius muscle, before embedding itself deep into the sandy floor of the ravine. The physiological collapse of Epps' body is instantaneous and irreversible. The massive structural damage to his skeletal system and the sudden catastrophic drop in his internal blood pressure completely destroys his motor control. His knees buckle violently, his heavy leather boots slipping on the blood-slicked floorboards as his body loses all capacity to remain upright. The sudden lack of oxygen to his brain causes his vision to instantly black out, his facial muscles going entirely slack as clinical death rapidly approaches. He does not cry out, the massive trauma to his respiratory system preventing his vocal cords from functioning, leaving only a wet, gurgling sound emanating from his ruined chest. The rigid 6-inch iron bar permanently connecting Epps' left wrist to George's right wrist instantly transforms from a supportive brace into a terrible, unyielding pivot point. As Epps' 180-pound frame collapses downward, the solid metal cuff violently yanks George's arm toward the floorboards, with immense physical force. The sudden, massive transfer of dead weight completely destroys George's firing stance, dragging the heavy muzzle of the shotgun aggressively down toward the dirt. George widens his stance desperately, planting his boots firmly against the splintered sideboards to prevent the falling body from pulling him entirely over the edge of the wagon. The rusted iron edges of the cuffs bite deeply into his raw skin, tearing the flesh down to the muscle tissue. George fights desperately against the immense downward pull, his back muscles screaming in protest as he attempts to support the full weight of his dying brother with a single arm. Ep hits the wooden planks heavily, his body going completely limp, the dead weight stretching the iron cuffs to their absolute mechanical limits. The heavy chain connecting their ankles snaps taut, locking George's right leg into a severely awkward wide stance that prevents him from shifting his position to avoid the incoming fire. George is now permanently anchored to a highly visible, completely immobile corpse in the center of a concentrated kill zone. He must manage the heavy two-handed shotgun while his dominant arm is physically riveted to a heavy mass of lifeless flesh. At the rear of the completely compromised vehicle, Charles and Alf face an equally terrifying barrage of hostile fire from the western embankment. Charles operates the heavy lever-action rifle, relying entirely on Alf to support the hot steel octagonal barrel with his bare hands. The rapid rate of fire generates immense heat within the steel chamber, severely burning Alf's palms, but the younger brother refuses to release his grip. They maintain a relentless barrage against the brush, successfully pinning down a large section of the vigilante force and preventing them from rushing the wagon. However, their continuous fire paints a clear, highly visible target for the attackers positioned higher up the ridge. A coordinated group of shooters on the western slope redirects their combined firepower toward the rear axle area, sending a dense volley of projectiles tearing through the freezing night. The heavy slugs smash into the thick iron hubs of the wagon wheels, sending bright showers of orange sparks flying into the air and producing deafening metallic rings. One copper-jacketed round ricochets violently off the heavy iron brake assembly, severely deforming the metal projectile and drastically altering its flight path upward. The tumbling, jagged piece of heavy metal flies directly over the shattered wooden sideboards, striking Alf squarely in the right side of his neck. The mangled projectile severs the jugular vein entirely, tearing through the soft tissue and completely crushing the cartilage of his larynx before exiting through the opposite side. The massive arterial breach sends a thick, high-pressure spray of bright red blood rocketing across the confined space, instantly coating the wooden spokes of the wagon wheel and soaking Charles's hands. The catastrophic loss of blood volume causes Alf's brain to shut down within seconds, his hands losing all gripping power on the hot steel barrel of the rifle. His eyes roll backward in his skull, his heavy body slumping aggressively to the side as the life rapidly drains entirely from his torn veins. The heavy iron cuff permanently secured around Alf's right wrist pulls Charles's left arm violently downward as the younger brother collapses into the cold mud of the creek bed. Charles immediately loses the vital physical support required to hold the heavy, long gun steady. The octagonal barrel dipping sharply and burying the steel muzzle deep into the sandy dirt. The sudden, violent jerk of the thick metal restraints tears the muscles in Charles's shoulder, forcing him to drop to one knee to avoid having his arm completely dislocated. He watches helplessly as his brother bleeds out into the dirt, the dark pool of warm liquid rapidly expanding across the freezing ground. The macabre reality of their tactical situation settles heavily upon the two surviving older brothers. The brutal vigilante ambush has successfully eliminated half of the targets, transforming the dead men into massive, highly restrictive physical burdens for the living. George and Charles are now firmly anchored to the corpses of their siblings, the heavy iron rivets guaranteeing they cannot separate themselves from the dead weight under any circumstances. The physical exertion required to merely shift their positions increases exponentially, demanding massive amounts of energy to drag the lifeless bodies across the splintered wood and rocky soil. The rusted chains connecting their ankles ensure that every single step requires dragging the heavy, uncooperative legs of the deceased men along the rough ground. George realizes he cannot manually break open the breech of the shotgun while standing. His right arm pulled incredibly taut toward the floorboards by Ep's massive dead weight. He drops heavily to his knees, ignoring the sharp wooden splinters piercing his kneecaps, maneuvering his body to create slack in the rigid iron bar. He rests the heavy steel barrels of the shotgun directly across his own thigh, pinning the weapon firmly in place with his left elbow. Using his partially freed right hand, heavily burdened by the thick iron cuff, he presses the release lever and snaps the breech open. The smoking plastic hulls eject into his lap, the smell of burnt powder mixing strongly with the heavy metallic scent of fresh blood pooling on the planks. Retrieving fresh ammunition from his canvas pouch requires George to reach across his torso with his left hand, his fingers clumsy from the freezing cold and the slippery blood coating his skin. He extracts two heavy shells, dropping them into the open chambers and using his chin to force the breech closed, the mechanism locking with a loud snap. The mechanical difficulty of operating the firearm one-handed drastically reduces his rate of fire, granting the vigilantes on the eastern ridge crucial seconds to adjust their positions. He hoists the weapon back to his shoulder, using his left arm to bear the entire weight of the gun, aiming directly at the muzzle flashes erupting from the pecan grove. Charles faces an incredibly difficult mechanical challenge with the lever-action rifle, as the long, heavy weapon requires two fully functional hands to cycle the stiff mechanism and support the barrel. He drags Alf's heavy body slightly closer to the splintered remains of the rear wheel, utilizing the shattered wooden hub as a makeshift rest for the steel barrel. He wedges the wooden stock of the rifle firmly against his own hip bone, locking his elbow tight against his side to stabilize the weapon. His left arm is pulled aggressively toward the ground by Alf's weight, forcing Charles to operate the metal lever by violently twisting his entire torso downward. The physical mechanics of this improvised firing posture are incredibly awkward and highly painful, putting immense strain on his lower back and abdominal muscles. He forces the lever forward, the action ejecting a spent brass casing into the dirt, and pulls it aggressively back, scraping a fresh cartridge into the firing chamber. He fires blindly into the dense brush on the western bank, relying entirely on the auditory cues of the attacker's snapping branches and shouting commands to guide his aim. The heavy recoil of the rifle drives the wooden stock brutally into his hip with every single shot, deep, bruising forming rapidly under his torn clothing. The vigilantes recognize the significant drop in the volume of return fire and immediately attempt to capitalize on the perceived advantage. Small groups of men break from the heavy cover of the tree line, advancing aggressively down the steep embankments to close the distance and flank the ruined wagon. The attackers move low to the ground, utilizing the large limestone boulders scattered across the creek bed for intermediate cover as they push forward. The crossfire intensifies dramatically, a massive hail of projectiles tearing through the freezing air and striking the transport vehicle from multiple converging angles. The incoming fire inadvertently strikes the lifeless bodies of Epp and Alf repeatedly, the dead flesh absorbing the massive kinetic energy of the heavy slugs. The grim, highly macabre reality is that the corpses of the younger brothers act as physical shields for George and Charles, catching deadly rounds intended for the survivors. A bullet strikes Epp's lifeless shoulder, the impact causing the rigid iron bar to jerk George's arm violently, entirely throwing off his aim and sending a blast of buckshot harmlessly into the sky. Charles feels a heavy impact vibrate through the iron cuff on his wrist as a projectile embeds itself deep into Alf's torso, the dead muscle preventing the metal from reaching Charles's exposed side. The sheer brutality of the physical environment exacerbates the terrifying nature of the firefight. The massive draft horses, bleeding from numerous grazing bullet wounds and completely exhausted from their panicked thrashing, finally collapse into the muddy creek bed. The heavy animals fall aggressively against the side of the wagon, their massive weight tilting the wooden structure dangerously to the side and threatening to crush the men pinned underneath. The wooden wheels groan loudly under the immense pressure, the shattered spokes cracking further as the entire vehicle destabilizes. George and Charles must constantly fight the shifting geometry of their cover while simultaneously engaging the advancing vigilantes. The freezing winter wind howls through the deep ravine, rapidly cooling the massive amounts of blood soaking the men's clothing and pooling on the ground. The wet fabric freezes solid against their skin, creating an agonizing, rigid layer of ice that further restricts their desperate movements. The severe cold stiffens their heavily damaged joints, making the simple act of pulling a trigger or cycling a lever an excruciating physical ordeal. Dehydration sets in rapidly, their mouths dry from the massive adrenaline surges and the heavy inhalation of the toxic, acrid gun smoke completely filling the stagnant air of the depression. George tracks a group of 3 vigilantes attempting a highly aggressive flanking maneuver from the northern edge of the crossing. Moving quickly through a dense patch of dry river cane, he waits until the men break cover and step into the open sandy area near the fallen draft horses before unleashing a devastating blast from the shotgun. The heavy buckshot spreads perfectly, striking all 3 attackers simultaneously, sweeping their legs completely out from under them. The men crash heavily into the freezing mud, their weapons flying from their hands as they scream in terrible agony. Their sudden defeat instantly halting the flanking attempt on that side of the perimeter. Charles maintains a steady, punishing rhythm with the Winchester, his torso twisting violently with every cycle of the stiff lever mechanism. He targets the muzzle flashes originating from behind the large limestone boulders, utilizing the superior penetration of the heavy rifle rounds to chip away at the attacker's cover. The continuous firing severely heats the steel barrel of the weapon, the metal glowing faintly in the darkness and severely burning the skin of his bare supporting hand. The surviving brothers fight with a terrifying, unyielding resolve born from the absolute certainty of their impending deaths, if they cease firing for a single moment. The psychological trauma of watching their younger siblings bleed to death merely inches away while physically chained to their corpses fuels a massive surge of pure, unadulterated aggression. They do not shout threats or waste energy communicating. They focus every single ounce of their remaining physical strength on operating the mechanical weapons and inflicting maximum casualties upon the concealed mob. The dark ravine echoes endlessly with the deafening roar of the firearms, a brutal symphony of violence dominating the freezing night. The vigilante force, despite their massive numerical superiority and highly advantageous elevated positions, finds themselves entirely unable to breach the desperate perimeter established by the two surviving men. The heavy casualties inflicted by the shotgun blasts and the precise rifle fire severely damage the morale of the attackers, forcing them to remain pinned behind the heavy timber. They resort to sporadic, blind firing, the majority of their rounds impacting the heavy sandstone walls of the creek or burying themselves deeply into the thick trunks of the pecan trees. The highly coordinated execution has completely devolved into a massive, heavily contested siege, with neither side possessing the immediate capability to overrun the other. George realizes his supply of shotgun shells is dwindling rapidly, his thick fingers scraping the very bottom of the heavy canvas pouch. He must carefully conserve his remaining ammunition, firing only when a clear, highly visible target presents itself within the effective range of the scattered buckshot. He ignores the random shots impacting the wood around him, keeping the heavy weapon shouldered and his eyes scanning the dark perimeter for any sudden movement. The constant physical strain of supporting Ep's dead weight causes his right arm to tremble violently. The muscles near total failure, but he refuses to lower the steel barrels. Charles faces a similar ammunition shortage, the heavy tubular magazine of the Winchester eventually clicking empty after a long, sustained barrage against the western ridge. He drops the heavy weapon into the dirt, quickly rummaging through the scattered debris left behind by the fleeing guards to locate a fresh box of heavy cartridges. He finds a small cardboard container, tearing it open with his teeth and frantically shoving the heavy brass rounds through the loading gate with his freezing, blood-slicked thumb. The mechanical process is agonizingly slow, his single free hand struggling to manipulate the small metal components while bearing the massive weight of Alf's corpse. The continuous bleeding from the severe abrasions caused by the heavy iron cuffs drains the physical energy from the two surviving men. The heavy rusted metal completely rubs the skin raw, digging deeply into the muscle tissue and exposing the underlying bone on their wrists and ankles. Every physical movement, every recoil of the firearms generates massive waves of searing pain that threaten to overwhelm their senses and force them into physical shock. They endure the immense suffering silently, their minds completely compartmentalizing the agony to focus entirely on the mechanics of loading, aiming, and firing their weapons into the dark brush. The heavy gray gun smoke continues to accumulate within the depressed bowl of the crossing, the lack of any significant wind within the deep ravine preventing the toxic cloud from dispersing. The smoke severely limits visibility for both the attackers on the ridges and the defenders in the creek bed, transforming the engagement into a terrifying game of blind ballistics. The vigilantes fire at the sounds of the shotgun blasts, while the brothers return fire at the bright orange flashes illuminating the fog. The air grows incredibly thick, the heavy particulate matter burning their lungs and coating their teeth in a layer of bitter residue. The intense, deadly stalemate continues for hours in the freezing darkness, the heavily armed mob entirely unable to dislodge the two heavily chained men from their desperate defensive position. The bodies of Ep and Alf grow completely cold and stiff, the the rigor mortis setting in and transforming the corpses into rigid, highly unyielding anchors. The surviving brothers operate their weapons mechanically, their bodies functioning on pure survival instinct, refusing to yield the sandy ground to the men who murdered their family. The dry creek bed remains a massive, highly lethal battleground, the quiet night totally shattered by the relentless exchange of heavy metal projectiles. Descended the steep rocky embankments, anticipating a completely one-sided slaughter, now find themselves pinned tightly against the cold limestone walls. The thick canopy of bare pecan branches traps the accumulating gun smoke close to the sandy ground, creating a dense, blinding fog that heavily obscures the immediate battlefield. The continuous punishing reports of the 12-gauge shotgun and the rapid, sharp cracks of the Winchester rifle dictate a new, terrifying reality for the attackers. The supposedly helpless targets have transformed the shattered remnants of the transport wagon into a highly formidable, heavily armed fortress. A sudden, sharp cry of pure agony erupts from a dense cluster of thorny scrub oak situated on the lower eastern slope. One of the vigilantes, previously highly vocal in his demands for the prisoners to surrender, receives a devastating blast of buckshot to his lower extremities. The heavy metal pellets tear through his thick denim trousers, shattering his shin bones and causing him to violently collapse into the frozen mud. His terrified screams echo loudly off the stone banks, slicing through the intermittent roars of the firearms and delivering a massive psychological blow to the men hiding nearby. The stark realization that severe, permanent injury or sudden death awaits anyone stepping into the open paralyzes the remaining assault force. The leaders of the mob crouch safely behind the massive trunks of ancient elm trees, attempt to aggressively rally their faltering shooters. They shout harsh commands, demanding the men push forward and overrun the ruined vehicle before the surviving brothers can reload their scavenged weapons. Their voices, however, carry clear tones of desperation, the initial righteous anger having fully morphed into a panicked realization of their failing strategy. The men on the front lines ignore the orders entirely, pressing their bodies deeper into the frozen dirt and refusing to expose themselves to the deadly crossfire. The complete breakdown of the mob's command structure halts any further coordinated forward momentum. George maintains a highly disciplined, conservative firing rhythm, understanding the absolute necessity of preserving his rapidly dwindling supply of shotgun shells. His right arm, permanently riveted to Ep's lifeless body, throbs with an intense, burning ache that radiates deep into his shoulder joint. He rests the heavy twin steel barrels across his left knee, utilizing his intact leg as a makeshift pivot point to sweep the weapon across the dark tree line. He ignores the random blind shots impacting the splintered oak sideboards near his head, waiting patiently for a definitive visual target to manifest within the smoke. The heavy iron restraints bite deeply into his raw wrists, the friction keeping him hyper-focused on the immediate threats. On the opposite side of the ruined wagon bed, Charles operates the lever-action rifle with a terrifying mechanical efficiency born of pure survival instinct. His right hand, chained securely to Alf's rigid wrist, forces him to manipulate the stiff metal lever entirely with his left hand while simultaneously supporting the hot octagonal barrel. A small mountain of smoking brass casings accumulates near his heavy leather boots, reflecting the sheer volume of copper-jacketed slugs he has sent flying into the brush. He targets the muzzle flashes of the attackers, sending high-velocity projectiles smashing into the limestone boulders and thick timber sheltering the vigilantes. The continuous suppressive fire prevents any localized group of men from gathering the courage to charge the perimeter. A small contingent of 4 highly determined shooters on the western ridge attempts a stealthy flanking maneuver, crawling on their bellies through a shallow, dry drainage ditch. They intend to maneuver completely behind the remains of the third transport wagon and establish a new firing angle directly into the rear of the brothers' position. The freezing winter wind briefly shifts direction, blowing a thick cloud of acrid smoke away from the ditch and fully exposing their dark silhouettes against the pale sand. Charles catches the subtle movement out of his peripheral vision, immediately shifting the heavy rifle stock against his bruised hip and adjusting his aim. He cycles the stiff lever, chambering a fresh cartridge, and aligns the metal iron sight squarely on the lead man crawling through the frozen mud. His finger squeezes the curved steel trigger, unleashing a heavy projectile that strikes the advancing attacker directly in the right shoulder. The massive kinetic impact spins the man violently around, tossing his weapon into the brush and sending him sliding backward down the steep embankment. The three remaining men behind him instantly abandon the flanking attempt, scrambling desperately back up the rocky slope on their hands and knees to escape the deadly, precise fire. The total failure of the flanking maneuver further degrades the highly fragile morale of the vigilante force. The intense freezing temperature of the January night acts as a secondary, highly aggressive enemy against the men pinned down in the dry creek bed. The adrenaline that initially fueled the attackers begins to severely wane, replaced by a deep, numbing cold that penetrates their heavy wool coats and thick leather gloves. Their fingers grow stiff and unresponsive, making the simple mechanical tasks of reloading tubular magazines or cocking heavy external hammers incredibly difficult and clumsy. The men shiver violently against the frozen earth, the physical misery heavily compounding the psychological terror of fighting an unseen, highly lethal adversary. The desire to simply survive the freezing night rapidly overrides their initial bloodthirsty intent to execute the prisoners. George listens intently to the sounds emanating from the dark timber, highly attuned to the shifting dynamics of the surrounding men. He hears the distinct sound of heavy boots slipping on loose shale, accompanied by the panicked, hushed whispers of men desperately arguing with their supposed leaders. The attackers are clearly debating a full withdrawal, their hushed voices carrying an undeniable tone of absolute defeat and overwhelming fear. George leverages this hesitation, raising the heavy shotgun and firing a massive blast directly into the upper canopy of the pecan trees. The deafening roar and the terrifying shower of severed branches raining down upon the hidden men serves as a highly aggressive auditory warning. The psychological breaking point for the vigilante force finally arrives when a highly respected member of the local community receives a fatal wound. A local merchant positioned behind a rotted oak stump attempts to quickly rise and fire a blind shot toward the shattered wagon bed. Charles spots the sudden movement instantly, tracking the rising silhouette and sending a single high-velocity slug tearing through the freezing air. The heavy metal projectile strikes the merchant squarely in the center of his forehead, snapping his head violently backward and instantly dropping him motionless into the dead leaves. The sudden, highly visible death of a prominent town figure completely shatters any remaining resolve within the ranks of the attackers. A total, uncoordinated panic rapidly infects the mob, the men prioritizing their own immediate survival over the entirely failed execution plan. One by one, the shooters abandon their secure positions behind the heavy timber, turning their backs on the dry creek bed and scrambling desperately up the steep ridges. They drop their heavy coils of hemp rope, spare ammunition boxes, and even several firearms in their frantic haste to escape the deadly enclosed ravine. The sound of heavy leather boots thrashing through the dry underbrush and dislodging large rocks echoes loudly throughout the crossing, a highly chaotic symphony of total retreat. The mob leaders completely lose control of their men, their angry shouts and threats of retaliation completely ignored by the fleeing vigilantes. Recognizing the absolute futility of remaining behind, the commanders eventually join the panicked exodus, struggling up the frozen embankments alongside the men they had brought to the slaughter. The highly coordinated massive assault force simply dissolves into a terrified, disorganized stampede of individuals desperate to reach the relative safety of the open prairie. The dark silhouettes disappear rapidly into the dense upper timber, completely abandoning the highly dangerous kill zone they had so carefully selected earlier that evening. George and Charles do not cease their defensive operations, refusing to trust the sudden, highly chaotic withdrawal of the surrounding men. They understand the retreat might be a highly calculated deception designed to lure them into a false sense of security before a secondary assault. George keeps the heavy shotgun leveled toward the eastern ridge, his thick finger resting lightly on the front trigger, his eyes scanning the dissipating gun smoke for any lingering threats. Charles continues to slowly cycle the lever-action rifle, keeping the heavy firing hammer fully cocked and ready to strike at a moment's notice. They maintain an absolute, highly disciplined silence, preserving their incredibly depleted physical energy. The distinct sound of dozens of heavy draft horses and riding saddles being hastily mounted drifts down into the ravine from the elevated prairie above. The vigilantes, having successfully navigated the steep slopes, throw themselves onto their waiting animals, spurring them violently toward the safety of the town of Graham. The frantic thudding of hundreds of iron-shod hooves striking the hardened winter dirt creates a massive, continuous rumble that slowly fades into the freezing distance. The highly organized lynch mob, containing over 40 heavily armed citizens, has been completely routed and physically driven from the battlefield by two shackled, severely injured men. As the sound of the fleeing horses finally disappears entirely, an incredibly profound, crushing silence returns to the dark, isolated crossing. The continuous, deafening roar of the heavy firearms, which had violently shattered the quiet night for the past hour, is suddenly replaced by the gentle rustling of bare branches in the freezing wind. The thick, acrid cloud of gray gun smoke slowly begins to drift away, carried off by the shifting drafts channeling through the limestone cuts. The pale moonlight filtering through the winter canopy finally reclaims the ravine, casting long, eerie shadows across the massive devastation left in the wake of the brutal firefight. The visual aftermath of the highly concentrated engagement reveals a landscape completely torn apart by massive volumes of high-velocity metal. The heavy transport wagons are reduced to highly splintered, structurally unsound piles of shattered oak and twisted iron framing. The massive draft horses, having succumbed to their numerous wounds and absolute exhaustion, lie completely motionless in the frozen mud, their heavy leather harnesses tangled in the debris. Thick, dark pools of coagulating blood stain the pale sand and limestone rocks, marking the exact locations where the vigilante attackers fell during the highly contested battle. The crossing resembles a highly destructive disaster zone, the physical scars serving as a testament to the sheer ferocity of the defense. Within the ruined remains of the second wagon bed, the true horrifying cost of the survival victory settles heavily upon George and Charles. The adrenaline that had sustained them through the massive physical, trauma and psychological terror begins to rapidly drain from their systems. The intense, searing pain from their lacerated wrists, bruised ribs, and numerous superficial shrapnel wounds aggressively returns, demanding their immediate attention. The freezing temperatures threaten to induce severe hypothermia, their thin, blood-soaked cotton clothing offering absolutely zero protection against the bitter winter elements. They are entirely alone in the desolate wilderness, miles from any potential medical assistance or safe harbor. The most highly agonizing reality, however, is the physical presence of their deceased siblings securely fastened to their own battered bodies. The heavy iron cuffs and thick rusted metal bars firmly rivet George to Epp and Charles to Alf, creating an inescapable, highly macabre connection. The bodies of the younger brothers have grown incredibly cold, the initial stages of rigor mortis locking their limbs into stiff, unyielding angles. The dead weight pulls, heavily against the lacerated flesh of the survivors, every minor shift in posture generating a fresh wave of blinding pain. They are physically anchored to the dead, a constant, highly tactile reminder of the massive tragedy that just unfolded. George forces himself to properly secure the heavy shotgun, carefully lowering the internal hammers to prevent an accidental discharge before resting the weapon across his lap. He reaches his incredibly cold, trembling left hand over to Ep's lifeless body, his thick fingers gently brushing the dirt and wood splinters from his brother's pale face. He does not offer any verbal comfort or express his immense grief aloud, the profound silence of the ravine serving as the only appropriate memorial. The sheer brutality of the frontier environment demands immediate pragmatic action over emotional processing, forcing the older brother to focus entirely on their continued survival. Charles performs a similar, highly grim assessment on his side of the shattered vehicle, laying the hot Winchester rifle carefully onto the floorboards. He checks Alf's catastrophic neck wound, visually confirming the absolute finality of the massive arterial injury that claimed his life. The heavy iron cuff on Charles's right wrist forces his arm to remain uncomfortably twisted toward the floor, constantly straining his torn shoulder muscles. He looks across the dark, debris-filled space toward George, the two men exchanging a single, highly meaningful glance that communicates volumes without a single spoken word. They have survived the impossible, but their current situation remains incredibly dire and physically untenable. The immediate priority shifts from returning hostile fire to managing the massive physical limitations imposed by the heavy iron restraints. They cannot possibly walk out of the deep ravine and traverse the freezing prairie while dragging the heavy, uncooperative corpses of their siblings. The rusted chains connecting their ankles further complicate any potential movement, turning a simple attempt to stand up into an incredibly complex, highly painful logistical puzzle. The federal marshals specifically designed the heavy rivets to be permanent, requiring heavy blacksmithing tools and a blazing forge to properly remove. The brothers currently possess absolutely nothing but their scavenged firearms, a few remaining cartridges, and their own severely battered hands. George slowly shifts his weight, the heavy iron chain rattling aggressively against the wood as he attempts to find a slightly less painful posture on the freezing planks. He visually inspects the heavy iron cuff securing his right wrist, analyzing the thick metal rivet that the blacksmith had hammered flat merely hours ago. The solid iron is incredibly thick and completely unyielding, highly resistant to any form of manual manipulation or physical leverage they might attempt to apply. He realizes immediately that breaking the metal restraints themselves is a total physical impossibility given their complete lack of heavy industrial tools. Charles comes to the identical mechanical conclusion, his fingers tracing the cold iron bar connecting him to Alf's stiffening arm. The massive physical trap designed by the corrupt law enforcement officials continues to function perfectly even after the executioners have completely fled the scene. The brothers remain highly vulnerable, trapped inside the open wagon bed, completely exposed to the freezing temperatures and any potential secondary threats that might wander into the crossing. The local authorities in Graham are certainly aware of the ambush, and any search party sent to investigate the outcome will likely consist of highly hostile individuals. They must find a viable method to sever the physical connection, a highly gruesome task that requires bypassing the solid iron entirely. The stark, incredibly disturbing realization settles over the two men simultaneously. If they cannot break the metal restraints, they must separate the flesh itself. The dead bodies of their brothers, while highly cherished in life, now represent massive, highly lethal anchors that will guarantee their deaths from exposure if not immediately removed. The sheer horror of the required action directly conflicts with their deep familial bonds, forcing a massive psychological burden upon their already highly traumatized minds. George begins a frantic, highly methodical search of the immediate area surrounding his seated position, his hands moving quickly over the shattered wood and freezing dirt. He runs his fingers across the torn canvas pouches, the discarded leather gear left by the fleeing guards, and the heavy pockets of his own torn trousers. He searches for anything possessing a sharp edge, a broken piece of heavy glass, a jagged shard of thick metal, or a discarded tool. The darkness severely hinders his search, forcing him to rely entirely on his tactile senses while ignoring the intense pain radiating from his lacerated wrists. Charles joins the desperate hunt, utilizing his single free hand to rummage through the pockets of Alf's heavy wool coat. He feels the cold, stiff fabric, his fingers brushing past spare rifle cartridges in a small leather coin purse, tossing the useless items aside. He understands the extreme urgency of the situation, the freezing temperatures rapidly dropping further as the early morning hours approach. If they do not free themselves soon, the severe cold will completely numb their extremities, rendering their hands highly useless and sealing their fate within the shattered wagon. George's sweeping hand suddenly makes contact with a small, rectangular object resting near the heavy iron brake assembly of the ruined vehicle. He pulls the item closer, his thick fingers tracing the smooth bone handle and the solid brass bolsters on either end. It is a highly standard, heavy folding pocket knife, likely dropped by the assigned wagon driver during his panicked exit at the very beginning of the ambush. The discovery provides a massive surge of highly desperate hope, offering the single specific tool required to execute the incredibly grim task ahead. He carefully opens the folding mechanism, the stiff metal backspring snapping the heavy carbon steel blade securely into the locked position. The blade is merely 3 inches long, the metal stained with old grease and severely dulled from heavy daily use, but it represents their absolute only chance of survival. He tests the cutting edge against his thumb, confirming it possesses just enough sharpness to slice through heavy material if significant physical force is applied. He holds the small knife up in the dim moonlight, showing the open blade to Charles, a silent confirmation of the horrific path they must now take. The surviving brothers prepare themselves mentally for the incredibly gruesome ordeal, compartmentalizing their grief and focusing entirely on the sheer mechanics of the necessary amputation. They must sever the major joints of their deceased siblings to slip the heavy iron cuffs completely off the lifeless limbs. The freezing winter wind continues to howl through the dark ravine, serving as a bitter, highly unforgiving witness to the extreme lengths the men will go to simply remain alive. The brutal reality of the frontier demands a massive, highly terrible sacrifice, and George tightens his grip firmly on the small bone handle, ready to begin the dark work. At 2 o'clock in the morning on January 20th, 1889, the temperature within the deep ravine plunged far below the freezing point. The fierce winter wind swept through the bare branches of the massive pecan trees, whistling harshly against the jagged limestone formations lining the dry creek bed. Inside the shattered remains of the second transport wagon, the thick pools of spilled arterial blood rapidly congealed, transforming into a dark, frozen slurry across the splintered oak floorboards. The deafening roar of the massive firefight had ceased, replaced by a profound, crushing silence that amplified the ragged, shallow breathing of the 2 surviving men. George and Charles sat amidst the massive destruction, their bodies severely battered, heavily bleeding, and permanently riveted to the cooling corpses of their younger siblings. George held the small folding pocket knife in his left hand, visually inspecting the tool in the pale moonlight filtering through the dense upper canopy. The instrument featured a smooth bone handle stained with old grease and a single carbon steel blade measuring 3 inches in length. The cutting edge was severely dulled from heavy daily use, possessing numerous tiny chips and rolled sections along the primary bevel. It was a mundane implement designed for cutting twine or slicing cured tobacco, vastly inadequate for the horrific anatomical dismantling required to secure their freedom. George gripped the cold bone handle tightly, his thick fingers slipping slightly against the fresh blood coating his own palm. He turned his attention toward Epps' lifeless body, assessing the mechanical problem presented by the heavy iron wrist restraints. The thick metal cuffs were secured by solid iron rivets, hammered flat by the local blacksmith to ensure a permanent, unyielding bond between the two men. A rigid 6-inch iron bar connected the two rings, dictating that George's right arm must mirror the physical position of Epps' left arm. To remove the restraint without industrial tools, George needed to reduce the physical mass of Epps' hand, allowing the solid iron ring to slide forward over the severed flesh. He positioned his knees against the splintered floorboards, bracing his body to gain the necessary physical leverage over the stiffening corpse. Rigor mortis had already begun to set into the deceased man's muscles, locking the joints into rigid, uncooperative angles. George used his left hand to push Epps' heavy shoulder downward, pinning the lifeless torso flat against the debris-strewn wagon bed. This maneuver stabilized the arm, preventing the rigid iron bar from violently twisting George's own lacerated wrist during the cutting process. The frigid air numbed George's exposed skin, but the intense, searing pain radiating from his torn shoulder joint kept his mind entirely focused on the grim task. He brought the dull steel blade down to the exposed skin of Epps' wrist, pressing the metal firmly against the pale flesh directly below the rusted iron ring. George applied immense downward pressure, dragging the blade across the anterior surface of the wrist in a harsh, sawing motion. The dull carbon steel struggled to penetrate the tough epidermis, sliding over the skin before finally breaking through the dermal layer. Because the heart had ceased beating over an hour prior, there was no high-pressure arterial spray from the severed radial artery. Merely a sluggish seeping of dark, cold fluid. The blade sank deeper into the subcutaneous tissue, the metallic scraping sound echoing quietly in the desolate crossing as George cut through the superficial fascia. He widened the initial incision, exposing the thick white fibrous bands of the flexor tendons running along the forearm. Severing human tendons with an unsharpened pocket knife required massive physical exertion and a relentless grinding application of force. George pressed his left thumb firmly against the spine of the blade, driving the edge deep into the dense fibrous tissue securing the hand to the arm. He worked the knife back and forth, the serrated edge created by the chips in the steel slowly chewing through the unyielding ligaments. The physical vibration of the blade scraping against the radius bone transferred directly into the bone handle, sending jolting shocks up George's own arm. He systematically cut through the flexor carpi radialis and the palmaris longus, dividing the pale white cords until they snapped under the tension. Having destroyed the soft tissue on the underside of the wrist, George shifted the angle of the blade to address the heavy joint capsule connecting the hand to the forearm. He pushed the point of the carbon steel deep into the narrow gap separating the carpal bones from the radius and ulna. He twisted the bone handle aggressively to the side, utilizing the flat of the blade as a crude lever to pry the skeletal structure apart. The thick ligaments holding the joint together resisted the mechanical intrusion, requiring George to apply his entire upper body weight to force the separation. A loud, wet, popping sound signaled the catastrophic dislocation of the wrist joint, the connective tissue failing under the immense physical pressure. The hand was now completely disarticulated from the arm, connected only by the remaining skin and tendons on the dorsal side of the limb. George dropped the folding knife onto the bloody floorboards, requiring both of his hands for the final, gruesome phase of the upper restraint removal. He grabbed Epps' severed hand with his left hand, folding the thumb forcefully inward across the palm and crushing the metacarpal bones together. This violent compression significantly reduced the overall circumference of the lifeless appendage, creating a narrower profile designed to pass through the solid iron ring. He simultaneously pulled his own right arm backward, dragging the rigid iron bar and the corresponding cuffs toward the severed joint. The rusted interior of the heavy iron ring caught harshly on the exposed radius bone and the jagged, severed ends of the thick tendons. George ignored the sickening friction, pulling with maximum physical force while continuously squeezing the crushed hand into a tight cylinder. The cold metal slowly scraped over the mutilated flesh, the solid rivet holding firm as the ring traversed the dislocated carpal bones. With one final massive exertion of energy, George yanked his arm backward, popping the iron cuff completely over the ruined hand. The heavy metal restraint fell away, dropping onto the wooden planks with a dull thud, officially unanchoring George's upper body from his deceased brother. The sudden release of the immense physical tension caused George to collapse backward, his spine colliding heavily against the shattered wooden sideboards of the transport vehicle. He lay in the freezing dirt and debris, his chest heaving violently as he sucked large volumes of the frigid winter air into his burning lungs. The right side of his body felt incredibly light, the sudden absence of the massive dead weight creating a temporary, disorienting sensation of imbalance. His right wrist remained enclosed within the heavy iron cuff, the rigid 6-inch bar and the empty corresponding ring dangling uselessly from his arm. The metal clanked against the wood whenever he moved, a permanent reminder of the massive physical trauma he had just endured. The grueling ordeal remained incomplete, as the rusted iron master chain still permanently bound George's right ankle directly to Ep's left ankle. George forced himself back up into a seated position, his muscles screaming in protest, and retrieved the small folding knife from the floorboards. He shifted his body toward the lower extremities of the corpse, his heavy leather boots slipping on the frozen slurry coating the oak planks. He grabbed Ep's left leg, lifting the heavy leather work boot and placing the heel firmly onto a raised, splintered section of the shattered wheel hub. This elevated position provided better mechanical access to the thick iron ring secured tightly above the ankle bone. Removing the lower restraint necessitated cutting through a thick layer of hardened leather before reaching the flesh and bone beneath. George drove the point of the carbon steel blade directly into the side of the heavy work boot, the dull metal glancing off the tough material twice before finally penetrating the surface. He gripped the bone handle with both hands, using his combined upper body strength to drag the blade downward toward the heavy rubber sole. The knife sliced through the thick leather and the heavy wool sock underneath, exposing the pale, freezing skin of the lower leg. He peeled the heavy footwear back, entirely revealing the anatomical structure he needed to systematically destroy. George positioned the blade behind the heel, pressing the metal firmly against the Achilles tendon, the thickest and strongest fibrous cord in the human body. He initiated a brutal, repetitive sawing motion, the blade grinding harshly against the dense tissue, making incredibly slow progress through the unyielding material. The physical friction generated a faint smell of burning keratin, the dull edge tearing the tendon rather than executing a clean slice. George gritted his teeth against the cold and the pain, refusing to halt the mechanical process until the blade finally struck the posterior surface of the tibia. The heavy foot immediately lost all structural tension, flopping loosely to the side. He then moved the knife to the lateral sides of the ankle, carving deep incisions around the medial and lateral malleolus bones to sever the stabilizing ligaments. The dull blade scraped relentlessly against the hard skeletal structure, chipping fragments of white bone away as he destroyed the connective tissue securing the foot to the leg. George utilized the identical leverage technique he had employed on the wrist, driving the steel point into the ankle joint and twisting the handle violently. The cartilage tore and the joint disarticulated with a heavy, sickening crunch. completely separating the skeletal anchor that prevented the iron ring from sliding off the limb. George dropped the knife again, gripping Ep's ruined foot with his left hand and grabbing the heavy iron chain with his right. He bent the dislocated foot backward at a severe, unnatural angle, pointing the toes directly toward the shin to create a smooth, elongated profile. He pulled the thick, rusted iron cuff forcefully downward, the rough metal scraping over the severed ligaments and the exposed ends of the leg bones. The ring snagged momentarily on the protruding lateral malleolus, forcing George to twist the foot further until the bone snapped entirely. The heavy iron restraint slid off the mutilated stump, freeing George from the final physical anchor binding him to the corpse. He fell back onto the floorboards for the second time, his entire body trembling violently from a combination of extreme physical shock, massive blood loss, and the freezing environmental temperature. He wiped his bloody, freezing hands on his torn denim trousers, the fabric stiffening instantly as the moisture turned to ice in the winter air. He had successfully performed a brutal double amputation on his own brother using nothing but an unsharpened pocket knife and raw physical force. George turned his head, looking across the dark, ruined space of the wagon bed toward the rear axle where Charles waited patiently in the freezing shadows. George gathered his remaining strength, crawling slowly over the splintered debris and the frozen pools of blood toward the rear of the vehicle. The heavy iron cuffs and the trailing piece of chain attached to his right leg dragged loudly across the wood, announcing his agonizing progress. He reached Charles' position, holding out his left hand to offer the small, blood-slicked folding knife to his younger brother. Charles reached out with his free left hand, his fingers completely numb from the cold, and gripped the smooth bone handle. The two surviving men locked eyes in the dim moonlight, acknowledging the horrific necessity of the task Charles was now required to perform. Charles sat firmly wedged against the shattered rear wheel hub, the heavy lever-action Winchester rifle resting across his lap. His right arm was pulled uncomfortably toward the dirt, permanently riveted to Alf's stiffening wrist by the rigid 6-inch iron bar. Fortunately, the highly destructive vigilante fire from the eastern ridge had previously shattered the lower master chain connecting their leg irons. Charles did not need to perform an amputation on Alf's ankle, requiring him to focus his highly depleted physical energy solely on severing the upper extremity. He inspected the folding knife, noting the severe degradation of the carbon steel blade following George's brutal anatomical work. The cutting edge was heavily rolled and blunted, requiring immediate honing before it could successfully penetrate human tissue again. Charles leaned forward, locating a large, smooth piece of exposed limestone protruding from the sandy floor of the dry creek bed. He spat on the stone, the saliva freezing almost instantly, and rapidly scraped the carbon steel blade across the hard mineral surface at a steep angle. The harsh grinding sound of metal on stone echoed softly in the quiet ravine as Charles desperately attempted to restore a functional bevel to the ruined edge. He repeated the sweeping motion dozens of times, wiping the blade on his coat to remove the metallic dust and bone fragments. Charles turned his attention to Alf's lifeless body, pulling the heavy torso upward to rest against the shattered wooden sideboards of the wagon. The rigorous stiffening of the corpse made the simple act of repositioning the body an incredibly strenuous physical ordeal for the heavily bruised survivor. Charles utilized his left hand to secure Alf's right forearm, pressing the limb flat against the wooden planks to stabilize the joint. He positioned the newly honed blade directly over the anterior surface of the wrist, pressing the cold steel firmly into the pale, freezing skin. The blade bit into the flesh significantly better than before, the sharpened edge slicing cleanly through the epidermis and revealing the dark muscle tissue beneath. He carved a deep, circular incision entirely around the circumference of the wrist, cutting through the major veins and the radial artery. The cold, dark blood smeared across Charles' fingers, acting as a highly morbid lubricant that made maintaining a firm grip on the bone handle incredibly difficult. He systematically addressed the heavy flexor tendons, utilizing a steady rocking motion with the blade to grind through the tough, fibrous bands. The physical strain radiated deep into his bruised hip and torn shoulder muscles, the pain throbbing in time with his elevated, ragged heartbeat. He focused entirely on the mechanical action of the blade, shutting his mind away from the visual horror of dismantling his youngest brother. Having severed the surrounding soft tissue, Charles required a massive application of force to dislocate the sturdy carpal joint. He placed his heavy leather boot directly onto Alf's forearm, pinning the limb securely against the floorboards with his entire body weight. He grabbed Alf's hand with his left hand, pulling violently upward while simultaneously twisting the joint outward at a severe angle. The remaining ligaments popped and tore under the massive strain, the joint separating with a sickening crunch that vibrated through the rigid iron bar connecting their wrists. The hand hung loosely from the arm, the skeletal structure completely compromised and ready for the final compression phase. Charles encountered a significant mechanical obstruction when attempting to fold Alf's hand inward to reduce the overall circumference. The rigid structure of the thumb bone protruded outward, creating a physical profile too wide to pass through the heavy rusted iron ring. The freezing temperatures had stiffened the joints of the severed hand, preventing Charles from manually crushing the metacarpals together as George had done. He required a heavy blunt instrument to physically smash the skeletal structure flat, scanning the immediate area for a suitable tool. His eyes landed on the heavy octagonal steel barrel of the Winchester rifle resting on the floorboards nearby. He grabbed the long gun by the wooden stock, lifting the heavy steel barrel high into the air with his free left hand. He aimed the dense metal muzzle directly at the base of Alf's thumb, bringing the weapon down with a massive, highly aggressive swing. The heavy steel impacted the bone with a deafening crack, instantly shattering the metacarpal and completely flattening the anatomical structure of the hand. Charles dropped the rifle, quickly grabbing the mangled appendage and folding the ruined thumb tightly across the palm. He compressed the flesh into a narrow cylinder, preparing to force the heavy iron restraint over the severed joint. Charles pulled his right arm aggressively backward, dragging the rigid 6-inch iron bar and the attached cuffs toward the mutilated hand. The rusted metal ring scraped over the exposed bone fragments and the shredded tendons, the immense friction resisting his physical efforts. He clamped his jaw shut, ignoring the agonizing pain in his torn shoulder, and applied a final massive surge of pulling force against the metal. The iron ring popped violently over the crushed hand, clearing the severed wrist and dropping heavily onto the wooden planks. Charles fell backward into the dirt, his chest heaving, officially unchained from the dead weight that had anchored him to the kill zone. The two surviving brothers sat in the freezing darkness, their heavily battered bodies finally separated from the gruesome physical burdens of the deceased. They remained adorned with the heavy iron cuffs on their wrists and ankles, the empty rings and rigid bars clanking loudly with every minor movement. The brutal process of amputation had drained their final reserves of physical energy, leaving them exhausted, freezing, and bleeding heavily in the desolate ravine. The threat of severe hypothermia loomed large, the bitter winter wind continuing to rapidly drop their core body temperatures. Remaining stationary within the shattered remains of the transport wagon guaranteed their deaths before the sun rose over the eastern ridges. George forced himself into a standing position, his legs trembling violently under the immense physical strain and the heavy weight of the iron leg chains. He reached down and retrieved the 12-gauge shotgun from the debris, breaking the breech open to confirm the weapon remained fully loaded and ready to fire. He collected the canvas pouch containing the remaining heavy buckshot shells, slinging the strap over his shoulder despite the sharp pain in his torn muscles. He looked toward Charles, issuing a silent, highly urgent command to gather his weapon and prepare to evacuate the highly dangerous crossing. The vigilante mob had retreated, but the possibility of a secondary organized search party returning to confirm the kills remained an imminent threat. Charles utilized the wooden stock of the lever-action rifle to push himself upward, his heavy leather boots finding uncertain purchase on the blood-slicked floorboards. He grabbed the small cardboard box containing the remaining copper-jacketed cartridges, stuffing the heavy ammunition deep into the pockets of his torn wool coat. He cycled the stiff action of the Winchester, verifying a round sat firmly in the firing chamber, before lowering the heavy hammer to the half-cocked safety position. The two men stood amidst the massive destruction, the pale moonlight illuminating the shattered oak, the fallen draft horses and the mutilated corpses of their brothers. They possessed the heavy weaponry and the sheer survival instinct necessary to fight their way across the frozen prairie. They stepped carefully over the splintered sideboards, their boots crunching loudly on the frozen sand and scattered limestone rocks covering the dry creek bed. The heavy iron chains connecting their ankles forced them to adopt a slow, highly awkward, shuffling gait, their progress severely hindered by the metal restraints. They turned their backs on the ruined transport vehicle, navigating the steep, treacherous embankment toward the dense timber lining the northern ridge. The desolate crossing, now a massive, bloody graveyard, faded into the deep shadows behind them as they began the agonizingly slow march toward civilization. The long, brutal night of survival had finally concluded, but the arduous journey to secure their freedom and evade the local authorities had only just begun. The freezing darkness of the night required immediate movement. George and Charles stood near the northern embankment of the dry creek, their weapons gripped tightly in their bleeding hands. The dry brush rustled 20 yards to their left, prompting Charles to point the Winchester rifle toward the sound. Two figures emerged slowly from the dense river cane with their hands raised high above their heads. William Burkhart and Louis Venson, the unrelated federal detainees who had fled during the initial volley, stepped cautiously into the pale moonlight. They had survived the massive firefight by hiding deep within the thorny undergrowth. Seeing the armed mob had completely departed the area, the frightened men offered their physical assistance to the severely battered brothers. The group of 4 men turned their attention to the least damaged transport wagon remaining in the crossing. 2 massive draft horses had survived the crossfire unharmed, though highly spooked and tangled in their heavy leather harnesses. Burkhart and Venson worked quickly to calm the animals, untangling the thick leather straps and hitching them securely to the wooden frame of the surviving vehicle. George and Charles climbed painfully into the back of the wagon, resting their heavy firearms across their laps and keeping a vigilant watch on the surrounding ridges. Burkhart took the driver's bench, grabbing the thick reins and urging the team forward with a sharp whistle. The wooden wheels ground heavily against the sandy soil, pulling the conveyance slowly up the steep limestone incline and out of the desolate ravine. The wagon rolled onto the hardened dirt trail of the open prairie, leaving the horrific scene of the ambush behind. The fierce winter wind battered the occupants as they traveled for several miles through the freezing night. They approached a secluded, unpainted farmhouse sitting isolated on the plains, a single kerosene lantern burning dimly in a front window. Ordered Burkhart to halt the horses near the wooden porch, intending to procure the heavy tools required to completely remove their restrictive iron chains. The property owner, roused by the sound of the approaching team, stepped out the front door holding a lantern and staring in absolute shock at the blood-soaked, heavily chained survivors. Recognizing the dire nature of their situation, the farmer immediately retrieved a heavy iron chisel and a large steel mallet from his barn. Charles positioned his right wrist over a sturdy oak stump in the front yard, placing the sharp edge of the chisel directly against the flattened iron rivet of his remaining cuff. The farmer struck the steel tool with massive physical force, the heavy impact vibrating painfully through Charles's torn shoulder joint. After several aggressive blows, the iron rivet sheared completely off, allowing the metal ring to pop open and fall into the dirt. They repeated this brutal, highly jarring mechanical process for George's wrist and both of their heavy ankle restraints. The complete removal of the rusted iron chains finally granted the brothers full physical mobility, an immense relief after hours of carrying the agonizing metal burdens. Following the unchaining, Vincent decided to separate from the group, disappearing into the dark brush on foot to seek his own safety. Burkhart remained with the brothers, taking the reins once more and steering the draft horses toward the outskirts of Graham. George directed the driver to a small rented wooden cabin located just beyond the town limits, a property utilized by the Marlowe family during the previous weeks of the legal ordeal. They arrived long before the sun rose over the eastern horizon, stabling the exhausted horses and barricading themselves inside the sturdy structure. The brothers collapsed onto simple canvas cots, their bodies entirely drained of physical energy. But the lingering threat of a secondary assault prevented any possibility of restful sleep. They cleaned their firearms, loaded fresh cartridges into the chambers, and established a continuous watch from the small glass windows overlooking the front yard. The sun rose across the Texas plains, shining a cold gray light over the frost-covered grass surrounding the isolated cabin. The sound of numerous approaching horses broke the quiet morning, prompting George to immediately raise his 12-gauge shotgun and peer through the front glass. A heavily armed posse of 50 men rapidly encircled the property, their Winchester rifles resting squarely on their saddles. The newly appointed local sheriff, a man closely associated with the corrupt deputies who had facilitated the ambush, rode to the front of the group. He shouted a loud command toward the wooden structure, demanding the immediate, unconditional surrender of the surviving men inside. George and Charles recognized several familiar faces within the massive posse, identifying individuals who had actively participated in the nighttime execution attempt at the Dry Creek. Surrendering to this specific group of local law enforcement meant guaranteeing a highly public lynching before they ever reached a jail cell. George opened the front door a fraction of an inch, keeping his body fully concealed behind the thick oak frame, and shouted his absolute refusal to comply with the local order. He declared they would only yield their weapons to a legitimate, recognized United States Marshal sent directly from the federal court in Dallas. The brothers warned the posse that any attempt to breach the cabin would be met with immediate, lethal force, racking the actions of their heavy firearms to emphasize the threat. The local sheriff, fully aware of the massive casualties the brothers had inflicted upon the vigilante mob the previous night, opted against launching a direct assault on the fortified structure. Instead, the heavily armed men established a tight perimeter around the property, settling in for a prolonged, highly tense siege. The standoff continued continuously for 2 full days and nights, the freezing winter weather testing the endurance of the men trapped inside the unheated cabin. George and Charles strictly rationed their meager water supply, remaining highly vigilant and keeping their weapons trained constantly on the armed riders circling the yard. The immense psychological pressure mounted with every passing hour, the constant threat of a massive gunfight remaining constant over the property. On the morning of January 22, 1889, a solitary rider approached the tense perimeter on a large gray gelding. The man wore a heavy wool duster and a highly polished silver star pinned firmly to his chest, identifying himself as a federal agent dispatched directly from the regional headquarters. He rode through the line of local deputies without seeking their permission, halting his horse directly in front of the barricaded cabin. He announced his identity and official federal status, holding a signed document high in the air for the brothers to visually verify from the window. Recognizing the arrival of legitimate, uncorrupted national authority, George and Charles unbarred the heavy oak door and stepped out onto the cold dirt, handing their scavenged weapons over to the agent and finally placing themselves into secure federal custody. January of 1890 introduced a cold, driving rain across the growing city of Dallas, Texas, washing the dirt from the cobblestone streets and forcing citizens indoors. Inside the United States District Court, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the freezing, chaotic wilderness of Young County, replaced by the highly structured, rigid environment of the federal judicial system. Massive oak doors sealed the courtroom off from the noisy street traffic, while towering arched windows allowed pale gray light to filter across the polished mahogany benches. The room smelled strongly of oiled wood, damp wool clothing, and the sharp ink utilized by the court reporters rapidly transcribing the proceedings. This location served as the designated arena where the United States government intended to formally address the massive violence perpetrated against federal prisoners. The gallery sections filled to absolute capacity long before the judge struck his heavy wooden gavel to officially commence the session. Reporters from numerous major newspapers secured seats directly behind the wooden railing, their notebooks resting on their laps, highly prepared to document the unprecedented legal event. The attendees murmured in low, hushed tones, generating a continuous hum of anticipation that vibrated through the enclosed space. Federal marshals wearing tailored dark suits and polished silver badges stationed themselves firmly at every entrance and exit, ensuring total security and maintaining strict order. The overwhelming presence of federal law enforcement communicated a clear, highly visible message that the local corruption of Graham would find no sanctuary within these specific walls. The defendants occupied a long row of heavy wooden tables situated on the left side of the spacious courtroom, their physical appearances reflecting weeks of severe stress and confinement. This group included prominent citizens, wealthy merchants, and former law enforcement, deputies from Young County, men who previously operated with total impunity within their isolated jurisdiction. They wore their finest tailored suits, stiff collars, and silk ties, attempting to project an aura of total respectability and supreme innocence to the seated jury members. However, their nervous physical tics, shifting eyes, and constant adjustments of their posture betrayed a deep, underlying anxiety regarding the massive legal peril they currently faced. The protective shield of their local community had completely dissolved, leaving them entirely exposed to the highly concentrated power of the national government. On the opposite side of the central aisle, the prosecuting attorneys arranged their highly detailed case files across a wide table covered in thick green felt. These men represented the highest levels of the federal Justice Department, tasked specifically with proving a highly complex conspiracy to commit murder and deprive citizens of their constitutional rights. They stacked heavy leather-bound law books in thick manila folders in highly organized towers, preparing to systematically dismantle the anticipated defenses of the accused mob members. The lead prosecutor, a tall man possessing a severe countenance and a highly resonant voice, reviewed his handwritten notes with intense, unbroken concentration. He completely understood the massive burden of proof resting upon his shoulders and the vital necessity of securing convictions to establish a permanent legal precedent. George and Charles Marlowe entered the courtroom through a secure side door, escorted closely by 4 armed federal agents, immediately drawing the total unbroken attention of the entire gallery. The 2 surviving brothers bore the permanent, highly visible physical scars of their brutal ordeal, their bodies serving as undeniable living evidence of the severe violence inflicted upon them. George walked with a pronounced heavy limp, his right leg severely damaged by the heavy iron chains and the desperate physical exertions required to survive the ambush. Charles held his right arm unnaturally close to his torso, the torn muscles in his shoulder having healed poorly, permanently restricting his range of motion. Their faces remained entirely stoic, completely devoid of any emotion as they took their assigned seats directly behind the prosecution table. The most highly striking physical alteration involved their wrists, where the heavy iron restraints had previously bitten deeply into their flesh and bone. Thick, jagged bands of raised scar tissue encircled their forearms, the permanent physiological remnants of the brutal metal cuffs applied by the corrupt blacksmith. They wore simple, clean cotton shirts and dark trousers, presenting a stark, highly visible contrast to the wealthy defendant sitting directly across the room. They did not glare at the men accused of murdering their family members. They simply stared straight ahead, focusing their entire attention on the elevated wooden bench of the presiding judge. Their quiet, heavily disciplined demeanor commanded a profound, silent respect from the assembled crowd. The presiding federal judge entered the courtroom, his long black silk robe billowing slightly as he ascended the steps to his highly elevated position. The entire room stood in unison, remaining completely silent until the judge took his seat and verbally ordered the gallery to sit. He possessed a highly stern, uncompromising reputation, a man completely dedicated to the strict interpretation and highly rigid application of the law. He peered down at the assembled attorneys, the defendants, and the surviving brothers, his expression communicating a total intolerance for any disruption or theatrical displays within his jurisdiction. He struck his wooden gavel once, the sharp crack echoing loudly off the high plaster ceilings, officially opening the highly anticipated trial. The clerk of the court stood and retrieved a thick parchment document, clearing his throat before reading the formal federal indictments aloud to the silent room. The charges did not solely focus on the basic criminal act of murder. They invoked the highly specific legal parameters of the Enforcement Act of 1870. The clerk detailed how the defendants allegedly conspired to injure, oppress, threaten, and intimidate citizens in the free exercise and enjoyment of rights secured by the Constitution. Specifically, the indictment charged the mob with violating the brothers' absolute right to be protected by the federal government while remaining in the lawful custody of the United States Marshals. This highly specific legal strategy elevated the crimes from local homicides to direct, highly aggressive assaults against the sovereignty of the federal justice system. The defense attorneys immediately launched highly aggressive legal maneuvers, filing numerous motions attempting to completely dismiss the federal charges based on a perceived lack of jurisdiction. They argued vehemently that murder remained strictly a state crime, insisting the federal court possessed absolutely no legal authority to prosecute the citizens of Young County for local violence. They cited numerous state statutes and previous rulings attempting to build a solid legal wall to shield their wealthy clients from the reach of the national government. The defense strategy relied heavily on maintaining the traditional boundaries of state sovereignty, hoping to force the entire case back into the highly sympathetic, completely corrupted local courts of Texas. The prosecution countered these arguments with highly precise, incredibly articulate interpretations of constitutional law, refusing to yield a single inch of jurisdictional ground. They argued the prisoners were entirely under the protective mandate of a federal warrant, completely removing them from the jurisdiction of the state authorities at the time of the assault. They maintained that if the federal government possessed the power to arrest and transport individuals, it must inherently possess the absolute power to protect those individuals from extrajudicial violence. The federal judge listened intently to the highly complex legal debates, his face completely impassive, before decisively rejecting all defense motions to dismiss the massive case. The trial would proceed entirely under federal authority, a massive, highly critical victory for the prosecution. The selection of the jury required several tense, highly scrutinized days of questioning, as both sides sought to secure a highly favorable panel of peers. The prosecution specifically targeted individuals demonstrating a strong adherence to the rule of law and a total intolerance for vigilante justice, regardless of the alleged crimes of the victims. The defense sought men who might harbor intense sympathies for local law enforcement or possess deep-seated prejudices against the accused outlaws. The final jury consisted of 12 stern-faced men drawn from across the Northern District, men who solemnly swore to weigh the evidence entirely without bias or external influence. They took their seats in the polished wooden jury box, their expressions grim, fully comprehending the massive responsibility of deciding the fate of the numerous defendants. The prosecution initiated their highly structured case by establishing the complete timeline of events, calling numerous federal officials and local witnesses to the stand. They methodically outlined the highly deceptive nature of the nighttime transfer, presenting documentation that proved the operation violated numerous standard security protocols. They questioned the specific routing of the transport wagons, forcing witnesses to admit the chosen path deliberately avoided main roads and steered the vehicles directly into an isolated geographical depression. Through highly rigorous continuous questioning, the prosecution painted a highly detailed picture of a carefully orchestrated conspiracy designed to deliver the prisoners into a heavily armed trap. They systematically dismantled the defense's initial assertion that the ambush was a highly spontaneous, entirely uncoordinated event. The presentation of the physical evidence generated a profound, highly unsettling silence throughout the packed courtroom. The lead prosecutor directed his assistants to bring forward several large, heavy canvas bags, placing them carefully upon the green felt table directly in front of the jury box. He unfastened the thick leather straps, revealing the heavily rusted, blood-stained iron shackles and thick chains utilized to bind the brothers during the transport. The incredibly heavy metal cuffs, still containing the flattened iron rivets, provided highly tactile, undeniable proof of the severe physical restrictions imposed upon the victims. The jury members leaned forward, their eyes widening as they observed the crude, permanent nature of the iron restraints completely intended to prevent any possibility of physical self-defense. The prosecution then produced the firearms scavenged by the surviving brothers, the 12-gauge shotgun and the heavy lever-action Winchester rifle. The weapons bore severe damage. The wooden stock splintered and the steel barrels scratched and heavily dented from the brutal conditions of the firefight. The prosecutor utilized these items to demonstrate the sheer physical desperation of the survivors, explaining how they secured the weapons solely through the highly fortunate abandonment of duty by the official guards. He presented the heavy canvas pouch containing the remaining buckshot shells and the small cardboard box of rifle cartridges, establishing the incredibly limited resources available to the defenders. The physical items served as highly potent, silent witnesses to the massive disparity in firepower and the sheer brutality of the engagement. Medical professionals took the witness stand, their testimony translating the horrific violence of the frontier into cold, highly clinical terminology for the official record. A surgeon detailed the massive structural damage inflicted by the heavy copper-jacketed projectiles, describing the specific trajectories of the bullets that ended the lives of the deceased brothers. He explained the catastrophic loss of blood volume, the severing of major arteries, and the instantaneous nature of the physiological collapse resulting from the highly concentrated rifle fire. The sterile, highly objective language utilized by the medical experts stripped away any romanticized notions of frontier justice, leaving only the grim, highly disturbing biological reality of massive trauma. The clinical descriptions caused several members of the gallery to visibly pale and avert their eyes. The pivotal moment of the extensive trial arrived when the prosecution called George Marlowe to the witness stand to provide his sworn testimony. He rose slowly from his chair, his heavy limp highly pronounced as he crossed the polished wooden floor, raising his right hand to swear the official oath. He sat in the wooden witness chair, his scarred hands resting quietly in his lap, his voice calm, highly resonant, and completely devoid of any theatrical embellishment. He answered the prosecutor's questions with highly precise, incredibly literal statements, recounting the sequence of events with a cold, highly detached clarity. He did not describe his emotional state or express his immense grief. He simply provided a highly factual, step-by-step accounting of the mechanics of the assault and their subsequent survival. The defense attorneys launched a highly aggressive, incredibly hostile cross-examination, attempting to severely rattle George and completely discredit his testimony before the jury. They repeatedly questioned his character, bringing up the initial allegations of horses theft, and attempting to paint his entire family as a highly dangerous syndicate of hardened criminals. They insinuated the brothers provoked the attack, suggesting their previous physical resistance to the local authorities justified the extreme measures taken by the transport detail. George completely absorbed the aggressive verbal barrage without a single flinch, his facial expression remaining entirely unchanged. He answered their highly hostile questions with short, highly direct responses, entirely refusing to engage in their highly calculated provocations or lose his heavily guarded composure. Charles Marlowe followed his brother to the stand, providing highly corroborating testimony that perfectly aligned with the established physical evidence and George's previous statements. The defense utilized identical aggressive tactics against Charles, attempting to force a contradiction or elicit an angry outburst that would damage their credibility. Charles maintained the same highly disciplined stoicism as his older brother, his voice steady and his answers completely focused on the highly literal facts of the engagement. The combined testimony of the surviving brothers proved highly devastating to the defense, their quiet dignity and unwavering consistency presenting a stark contrast to the highly nervous, shifting defendants. The jury listened with rapt attention, entirely absorbing the massive weight of the highly horrific ordeal detailed by the scarred survivors. The closing argument stretched across 2 full days, with both sides delivering highly impassioned, incredibly detailed summaries of their respective legal positions. The defense heavily reiterated their jurisdictional arguments, pleading with the jury to respect the traditional boundaries of state law and acquit the men of all federal charges. They painted the defendants as highly upstanding citizens who merely reacted to a severe threat to their community, attempting to completely normalize the massive extrajudicial violence. The prosecution, in stark contrast, focused entirely on the absolute sanctity of constitutional rights and the severe danger of allowing localized mobs to completely subvert the national justice system. The lead prosecutor demanded convictions, insisting that a failure to punish the perpetrators would effectively legalize the highly brutal murder of any citizen held in federal custody. The federal judge delivered his final instructions to the jury, his highly resonant voice filling the silent courtroom with strict, uncompromising legal directives. He carefully explained the highly specific parameters of the Enforcement Act, outlining the precise legal definitions of a conspiracy to deprive individuals of their civil rights. He instructed the 12 men to completely disregard any external political pressures or local sympathies, mandating they base their final decision entirely upon the sworn testimony and the physical evidence presented. The jury members filed slowly out of the wooden box, their faces drawn and highly serious, retreating into the private deliberation room to determine the ultimate fate of the numerous defendants. The courtroom settled into a highly tense, agonizingly long period of waiting. The deliberations continued for several days, the intense secrecy of the locked room generating massive speculation among the reporters and the attendees gathered in the gallery. The defendants remained completely isolated, their anxiety visibly increasing with every passing hour, their highly expensive suits appearing increasingly rumpled and entirely uncomfortable. George and Charles waited quietly in a secure holding area, their patience entirely unyielding, having completely surrendered their desire for immediate frontier vengeance in favor of the structured, highly methodical federal process. The massive weight of the highly anticipated decision hung heavily over the entire city, the outcome possessing highly significant implications for the future enforcement of federal law across the entire Western Territory. Finally, the heavy wooden door of the deliberation room swung open, and the 12 jury members returned to their highly polished seats, their expressions completely unreadable. The entire courtroom stood in absolute, highly tense silence as the federal judge demanded the formal reading of the highly anticipated verdict. The foreman stood, holding a small slip of paper, his voice carrying clearly across the vast room as he read the decisions for each specific defendant. The jury returned highly decisive verdicts of guilty for numerous key members of the mob, including several prominent citizens who had actively facilitated the highly coordinated ambush. The pronouncement of the word guilty struck the defendants with massive physical force, several men visibly slumping forward onto the heavy green felt tables. The convictions represented an incredibly massive, highly unprecedented, legal victory for the federal government, and a total validation of the prosecution's highly complex strategy. The judge scheduled the formal sentencing for a later date, ordering the convicted men immediately remanded into the secure custody of the federal marshals. The heavily armed agents quickly surrounded the guilty individuals, snapping heavy iron handcuffs securely around their wrists. A highly ironic, highly fitting conclusion to their brutal actions. The men who had previously relied entirely on the protection of their corrupt local community were now completely subject to the severe, highly uncompromising penalties of the national justice system. The courtroom slowly emptied, the massive tension finally breaking, replaced by the chaotic murmur of reporters rushing to file their highly sensational dispatches. The legal battle did not entirely conclude with the initial convictions in the Dallas courtroom, as the defense attorneys immediately filed massive appeals pushing the case toward the highest court in the nation. The complex legal arguments regarding state versus federal jurisdiction eventually reached the United States Supreme Court under the highly recognized case name United States against Logan. The Supreme Court justices meticulously reviewed the massive volume of trial transcripts, the highly specific wording of the Enforcement Act, and the fundamental constitutional principles at stake. They ultimately delivered a highly definitive, incredibly powerful ruling that completely affirmed the convictions and permanently cemented the legal precedent. The Supreme Court formally declared that any citizen held in the lawful custody of the United States government possesses an absolute constitutional right to be fully protected against any form of lawless violence. This highly historic decision permanently established the unyielding authority of the federal government to actively prosecute any individual or organized mob that attempts to harm federal prisoners, entirely bypassing the limitations of state jurisdictions. The massive legal ruling completely dismantled the previously unchecked power of local vigilante groups, providing a highly powerful, heavily enforced legal shield for all future detainees. The immense suffering endured by the brothers directly resulted in a massive, highly permanent shift in the application of constitutional law across the entire country. Following the highly conclusive end of the massive federal trial, George and Charles Marlowe quietly departed the state of Texas, leaving the dark, highly violent region entirely behind them. They traveled far to the northwest, eventually settling in the high, rugged mountains of Colorado, seeking an environment completely isolated from the massive trauma of their past. They established quiet, highly productive lives, utilizing their remaining physical strength to work the land and completely avoid any further entanglements with law enforcement or localized violence. They carried the heavy, permanent physical scars of the brutal iron cuffs and the high-velocity projectiles for the remainder of their natural lives, silent testaments to the horrific ordeal they survived. The brothers never sought public recognition or highly visible notoriety for their massive role in establishing the vital federal precedent, preferring the total anonymity of the quiet frontier. They simply desired the absolute freedom to exist entirely without the constant, highly terrifying threat of highly organized, extrajudicial violence hanging over their heads. The federal judicial system had finally delivered the highly structured, highly methodical accountability they deserved, replacing the massive chaos of the dry creek bed with the highly permanent order of constitutional law. The highly violent era of unchecked local mobs in that specific region effectively closed, heavily suppressed by the massive, totally unyielding weight of the national government.